Okay, should be that. All got well on Saturday. I was struggling to keep myself focused. So I was like, I'll stream. It will help me focus. Always hope you enjoy the games. Thank you for the work, maybe. So I finally got the pieces working for Stony. Hello. How you doing? How are you? So let me get that work on that. So just let the robots work on this piece. So basically, I've been working on getting the design of the application to be a little friendlier the last couple of days. So trying to get the tenant settings tidied up and get the user badges clearer. I now have a user profile and I can select the city you're in. So where this is to be able to display someone's time zone. So if you're looking at a user, you can see, oh, we're well out of their time zone. And also the user management now has the ability to edit the permissions and the teams, and then also set the person's title. This is interesting. It's not loading this down. Get there. So we'll fix that in a second. So yeah, it's quite a big step forward in terms of what I wanted to do. And it's minor because what I'm changing is these. So right now I'm having it review all these little badges throughout the application and change them out so that I get a more consistent design on the display. So the idea would be you'd show your name, and again, the name is in your control now, not in the user management. Uh, we'll get back around to invite users, subscription users dashboard. So there's like 8 different ways to get in. So yeah, figured I'd share that. 3 streams. So, and I actually have. It looks like I have YouTube watching. Yeah, hello on YouTube. Is that true? Yeah, it is. Okay. So Restream bot for some reason is working, but it's not showing me the chat saying, oh what? So all this, all I'm working on at the second, is the profile cards. All this is LSP4. I've done this all under LSP4, and I really shouldn't have done. I should have made it a little bit less chaotic here. But moving around the membership, moving where data lives. So now the user name is it belongs to the user. The user title and uh, the user title belongs to the permissions and teams is built to the tenant, but the name uh, and the uh, location belong to the user, while the email is idempotent. Right? We cannot change the email once you've created it. If you want a new account, new account. So that figures that process. So yeah, this is the plan. But this is the 3 branches of this. This is the Kaizu piece, and obviously I'm not showing the actual. I probably need to show the actual repository. So this is the Kaizu, the Liquid Sky UI and the Liquid Sky prereqs all have changes for this thing. There's a lot of scripts, a lot of pieces coming in here. So yeah. So basically, what will happen is when we've done this, all these badges everywhere throughout the app will look exactly the same, and you'll be able to click on them and bring the hover up. So let's see how it's doing. Okay, so the current GraphQL user read model doesn't fetch title. Automatically don't need to do, and user has no time zone numbers, and assigned users own. I think backend exposes both. So that's profile. That gives time zone. Does that give? User. Does not give that, does it? Interesting. Title on for now. Does it give title on here though? Yeah, title's available there. Chief Chaos. Title's available there. Title's on all. Time zone is not. Now, time zone is a tenant behavior, so but it's merged in. So if you're looking at a user and you're in a tenant, right? There's a user is a user, and their time zone for this tenant matters. So the queries are set up to handle it. Just need to decide how it's going to do that. Because the user the database has the a lot from YouTube. Nice, Tony. So the user's profile view definitely has their location ID. But the user's view can also have the location ID. So let's fix that first. We proceed with that. That's fine. So what I need to do is we got to modify this. For some reason, it doesn't like saving those time zone things. So I think we can do. We have tenant membership there, and tenant membership stores their location, I believe. Oh, user stores their location. Yes, user stores their location. So we could update the user's view to have that. So let's create a migration. Make sure I've got everything committed so far. I don't want to leave too much. Include user title which it. So again, the reason the title is on tenant membership is because for this company, that person has this title. You could be, a consultant in one company and the CEO of another company and still have it running. So that's why that. So, yes. Create a new migration. We need to include patient ID. So modifying the user view, which is a minor thing, it's already there, gives us the ability to go in here now and say in the user here, what's the user profile? User profile and user are getting awfully alike. So Yeah. They actually are meant to be different things. So user profile is meant to be you. So it has active subscription, etc. So this you don't need for every single person, right? You don't need this all the time. So we have that, and then we're going to have public int application ID, right? And it's called a city in the database because that's what it actually is. But I really want it to represent the location of the person. It's not like, hey, I'm at this address. It's the nearest city that is in your time zone. That's the goal of it. So it kind of gives an idea of a time zone, but it attaches the city to it. Not some sort of, BP geolocation method. So we now need the configuration for that. As always, if you are watching and you're interested in knowing more about the project, if you want to know more about why or how I'm doing these things, you are more than welcome to ask. So we're going to add that in there. It's the same behavior. That will give us location on a user and on a profile. So now we can always ask for location. That means I can update the code on the other side. So, oh, that closed. That's not doing it. Oh, it is. It is working now. There's port forwarding I have set up for when I'm running. Um, the client ports back to localhost 5085 or whatever the ports are for the API and for 4200, etc. So when I connect, I actually go to localhost 4200. Here I connect to DevStation local 8080, but here I'm connected to localhost 4200. That's not running on localhost, that's running on the remote server. So to do that, I forward 4200 and 5285, I think the API port is. But on my on my um, on my terminal windows, I get a open failed, connect failed, connection refused for agents. That's not really causing an error, but it makes it look like everything's broken. So I can run that, and that will just run the scripts I need. So now when we go back to the database, users view should have location. There you go. So users view has it, user profiles view has it. And again, there's subtle differences right this second, but it's better than Next, hello, how you doing? I'm Marcy. Hello. How are things? Ariel Price. Ariel Curry. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Um, hope you're all well. So yeah, if you have any questions, thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, if there's things you see that you know I'm doing wrong, that's fine. Let me know. If you think there's things that you would like to know more about, please feel free to ask. Especially now I've not got a time limit. It's a weekend, so I'm particularly comfortable talking. Okay, back end was both now. So now we can test that, right? We can use GraphQL and we can test. How is it not open? Make sure it's running. Can't just have it. So all I did there is I changed the view object on this side. So this is I'm modifying the view because the view collates all the information. It's a minor change, and I can just add the extra field into the entity framework object, and that will be exposed to GraphQL. So it smooths that piece out quite substantially. No way we're getting a weekend stream. Is this the golden years? I was sat here. I was coding. I was up till 2 a.m. Coding last night, so I figured I'd share some of that energy with the stream. Give it an hour. Things will go wrong. I'll get stuck on some really minor piece and get bored of messing with things and want to go play video games. But welcome in, Darren. Okay, that's up and running. So we should be able to see that. So now and titles there, and we should be able to do the location, and we should be able to do name, and so there we go. So now I can say title and location are available. I know it knows about location, so it actually knows back when it's still talking now. The designs card also shows a presence dot, a workload line, avatar name, title, email, click word, team, and local time only. Drop presence, workload, and the footer button since there's no data of them. Yes. App. User display services should get the new public app user label, use select drop downs. Per user drive. The design uses colorful per user gradient. Today's chip is a single hard coded blue with white initials per user drive color. Okay, we can do that. We'll see how that looks. So what it's going to do is it's going to colorize the chips in the application based off the user's name. So we'll give that a go. The weekend is for having fun. Yes, I went on a almost 6 mile walk this morning. So I was so I'm absolutely exhausted because I had 4 hours sleep. But that's probably when I do some of my best coding anyway. So it's fine. So what you should see is this should start to look a little bit more consistent, and we're looking for the hover card so that it gives you the details of the user. It just starts to make the app look a little bit more friendly. So anywhere you have these, you'll be able to hover over them and get the profile. That's the goal. I clean this up. So the theme is in there now. It'll tell you what it's on. You can go to the subscription and you can go to tenant settings, modify the users. So now we're starting to get somewhere with some of these things. Not perfect, but you'll get there. This should also appear as well. Perfect weather for across the globe by lots of at least. It was 9 o'clock. It was in the low 80s. It was just perfect. Where we walk as well is all shaded by trees. Well, mostly shaded by trees. But it's actually about a half mile, so it's kind of nice. So I know I spent the better part of a week or more working on these. Not ideal, but I'm trying to not leave some of the things lying out there that are kind of nice features. They do add to the quality of the product as I go. So yeah, you see, I'm using them everywhere. The chips and the name badges. So now at least there's a consistent behavior. You can go and see it, and then you can copy someone's email and go write them an email. Ultimately, we'll do some sort of messaging in the system as well, which will be good. But from here, so I've done this one. I've done the PR on that one. I've done the PR on that one. That's all merged. Update user profile to capture new fields. Technically, I've done that all as part of this one. So I've already done that one in theory. So LSB3 has been kind of. So let's see. So LSB2 is done. LSF2 was done. Actually, we did that a bit yesterday. So this table. So what I did is I seeded the tables into the cities into the view database. Nowhere else in the system has this data, right? It's just a view concern. Therefore, all the view data lives in here. There's no management of this in the system. It's a data file that I import. These identifiers are driven off here, so I can pass the identifier around and resolve these IDs every time, so it's safe. If I was to re-import the data, it's based off this ID, which is a unique ID in the data set. So I don't think it'll be a problem. But this way you can search, London, Manchester, etc., and find the actual time zone where you are. And it's not meant to be perfect, right? It's just meant to give an idea. So yeah, that was that one, importing that data. I like how I never assign myself to those fonts as well. Signed user, Jeffrey. Uh-oh. Task must be assigned to a sprint. Interesting. That's an interesting defect. So yeah, we'll get this one done. How's it going along? Yes. Go ahead and do those things. So that's going to fetch title and time zone onto user. So my big concern right now is adding too much data to the system, because if everything that has a user has the added information, that might be a problem. We'll figure that out later. New presentational card, app user profile card, shared avatar colors, util, enhance app user label, add optional user equals, name, keep name color inputs for name only call sites, convert the effect written label, roll out to call sites, 14 call sites throughout the app, storybook required for shared components. Yeah. So new story, variants, full. I forget I did when I was tinkering with getting the AI to set this up, I wanted to try and make sure there was some consistent behaviors, and I could try and make sure that I didn't go too far ahead using AI to generate the UI without being able to go back and review what it's done. But I had to do storybooks and everything. Okay, now let me start class one. So it's working on it. That's awesome. Imagine not knowing how your own software works. Yeah, that is the risk I took on when I did it, when I did this piece with AI, which I am not happy with. But I'm so out of my depth when it comes to UI, and I get so bored that it's a benefit I'm willing to accept for now. Because my goal with the front end was always to get the idea there so that I could, if I get to the point where it becomes product worthy, then I could look at hiring someone to do a complete redesign with a consistent look and behavior. And it's not exactly tiny at this point, so it gets the idea across. Starting to. I mean, hello, how you doing? How are things? Nice. I was watching you play Siege the other day, and going up the side of the building, then going around the window and leaning in through the top of the window and shooting someone. Like, that's I don't know. I don't want to know where the rope was. That's quite a talent. Okay, this is the worst part about having AI do stuff for you when you literally are waiting for it. Actually, while I am waiting for that, I can go on to what else I'm doing. So after this, once I've got the profile cards working and I've procrastinated enough, the next challenge comes from display profile card on hover. I mean, I've done it all in one, right? What I've done here is I've let myself build out too much in these pieces. I've not planned enough on these pieces, and I should have planned these pieces. So, um, but that's so as a user of Kaizu, it's useful to be able to bring up contact information for other users. Right now, we display the user email underneath the contact of some displays, but this is not a consistent method, nor is it very safe. From a sharing perspective, yeah, the removal of that email is going to be And this one I don't show it. That one I do boards. That one's just a tag. Then I just use the tag there, but it should have the name. So yeah, there it is. Build app user profile card component. Right. Okay. So it's right now building the actual card. And for reference, that is, I like it. Nice. The camera's zoomed out enough to show my t-shirt, which says chimp off the old block, by the way. What to do? Oh, there you go. It's changing it. It's changed the way the badge displays. So the badge now displays based on the name. For anyone new to the stream, the application I'm building is called Kaizu. This is a project management and planning application aimed solely at trying to improve the communication of what we are doing and how we are delivering it. Right now, I have some AI going through. I have Claude, rather, not some AI. I have Claude going through and just doing a little bit of a change to how these cards are loading. Oh, there we go. Starting to show it. So does it do it on? Yeah, there you go. It doesn't do it on the name, it does it on the badge. Development team plus one team, New York, 1459 local. Chief Chaos. It is displaying properly. On a Saturday, I know. I should be working, right? How you doing? Honestly, yes. Chief Chaos. There we go. So it's loading the profile is now properly loading for the users, which is good. Cards showing we have a consistent behavior, especially when you said spend the next couple of days figuring this out for the team. I don't think I included the weekend in that part. I think you may have misunderstood me. Oh no. I think I said I'm not going to ask you to do it, but I'm pretty sure you're going to do it anyway, even if I don't ask. So so yeah. Okay, so this is nice. I like this. We now have a behavior. It will give you the email. You can copy it. It doesn't. We need to get rid of the actual display. So let's see how I'm going to let it finish cleaning things up. So basically, anywhere you see the badge, doesn't do it everywhere. Okay. We'll figure that out later. Should have, for the most part, yeah. Ooh, why is that? Hmm. What I've got to stop myself doing here is I've got to stop myself trying to refine all the little pieces. I'm just got to get the pieces working and then do the actual things that I want to do, which is build the bigger pieces. Which is why I was streaming it today to try and keep on task. So the very next part, once I've got the profile cards worked out, 2 of 4 tasks completed. So if we go to boards, what it means there is, so we got that one. So now that'll do that in progress. That will update to 3 of 4 tasks completed eventually. Actually, if I leave it long enough, it should do it in real time. What I built, data layer, title and time zone now hydrate for the read model, user TS adding time zone, update the title dot, users, user layer gains, and an optional user event carries the ID. Storybook. So what I probably want to do here is I probably want to get rid of, I don't mind that. So again, I can't control my title here. I can control where I am and I can control my name. I can't control my title. If I go to tenant settings, users, uh, we can change it to development lead, and that should change. Again, it doesn't know about, it's not meant to know. The name is an additional thing that's available to it, but it's not something if you invite someone. I don't think that's what that's going to do. So we'll have to come back and deal with the invites in a minute. What I'm trying to get to is I'm trying to get to so many things I want to change here. Oh, let's make one more change. When we show the user name, email underneath. So any areas. Also, that what we are. So I'm going to say that anytime if I have a name and this, it's not just the pill that I want to hover over. I want to hover over the name, and I'm going to get rid of the email there because if you bring up the pill, you've got the email there. And the idea being that if I share screenshots, etc., if someone was using it and shared screenshots, the people's emails are not directly in screenshots because that causes a problem. Make it a deliberate thing to see the email. So I get this done. There you go, 3 or 4 tasks completed. It finally updated itself. That updates in the background, so yeah. That's not, when this card shows, it probably doesn't know about that data, even though it's hydrated locally. As a state, it probably is. This is probably loading from the server again, so yeah. So 3 in progress. What this means is these are pieces of work in progress. So if I was a product manager, I could go to my dashboard and see, okay, I've got 4 open items, 0 completed, nothing created this month. Here's my backlog of items that I need to work on. So this is the summary of changes, which is the next feature up. So I'm going to go in here, and this is currently in planning phase, which means I'm going through thinking about what I want, how I want it, etc. This isn't going to the developers. I want to see what's currently in with the developers and how off task it is or how off track it is. Like here, the review date on this one is August 7th. It's August 15th. So it needs attention. And this is the view from the product management side again, where I can see, okay, well, it's got, interesting, so it's backlog, but yeah. This is the detail page. Oh, because it's from the planning backlog detail. Yeah, I probably need to move those routes around. But anyway, I can see this and say, okay, well, actually, this is in good shape. I don't need to worry about it. Let's move its review date out another. Actually, that's not going to help me very much. Let's move it out another week. Right. So then, Dota, hello. When I go back to in progress now, profile cards is due this week, but it's got a bit more. Yeah. So this is stuff I need to look at. So the idea is that the product manager can without setting any alerts, without setting anything else, they can say, here's when I will next want to review this thing. And all it is a date for them to review it on. It's not a deadline, it's nothing like that. It's just a let's see where we are with this thing on this date to help them prioritize what they need to focus on at any one time. So they can see, oh, these are all in progress. So things set in the backlog will give them, they can work on these things, they can plan these things. These are things they need to do. It still has a review date on it. So here I've got the, July 31st and it's red. Let's move that out to August. Let's move that out to Monday, right? So if I go back now, it's not all red. So the point there is that I can now, keep track of things I'm meant to look at. I really don't like this grid. I really want to change the style. It's too bold, and then the titles don't make sense. Let me do this. I'm going to get Claude Design to go off and do a little bit of work on that one. Chat. In my deliverables list. Way. Inconsistent. Let's get that started. Duca, hello. How are you doing? How's things? So anyway, as a product manager, I can see stuff that I'm meant to work on, that I'm meant to prepare. And the idea here is that it will show me, where I need to be looking to. This is in planning. I need to be looking at this. Let's review this. Let's see where we are. When I'm not working on stuff, I can see what this is stuff that's been put into development, right? It's stuff that the developers have, developers are going to work on, and I can see where things are. I still want to set the review date because I still want to follow up the developers. Oh, let's check on this, next week. This is overdue. Where are we with all this? Let's get that moving and shifted. The developers themselves will be working in their boards and they'd be trying to complete things as necessary. Right now, there's no delete, so some of the stuff's going to get left behind. This is the one I'm currently working on. Actually, I was doing all that, wasn't even paying attention to. Was it asking me any questions? Oh yeah, inline displays only. You want an email removed from under the username? Should that also strip email from the admin user settings table where email is a labeled column and your own profile page? Just the line user displays. Line user displays for a second. We'll worry about the little pieces later on. So this should clean up in a second. So this next piece is the piece in planning, and there's a lot to go into this next piece, which is kind of why I'm procrastinating with doing the profile cards. The profile cards was like it opened up a can of worms. It took me far longer. I thought it'd be a quick detour for an hour or two to keep me distracted, but it wasn't. It was a bit more deep. As is that table going to be? That's it. I think in a second. Do I have another table? I don't think it. That's a table. That's a really simple table. That's more of a list view. So the backlog for initiatives is just cards. The backlog for planning is a table. But could it be cards? Open to opinions if anyone has one. If anyone's paying attention to actually what the stream's doing. Backlogs have to be. I mean, you would want to filter it and sort it, I suppose. You would, but how much work should you have in flux at any one time is the challenge there, I think. You can sub here and someone watching. No worries. I think it is okay as a table, but at the same time, I'm like, hmm. The problem is if you ask Claude, "Hey, design this for me," and then a week later you give it the same parameters and ask it to design it for you, the things it's going to come out with are going to look different. And if I implement all that, even though I've got a style, I've got, I'm doing this in a project in Claude Design, so I have the styles. Um, but just for reference, this is what it came up with as the alternative, and I don't not like it. It's not horrible. So and some of these things are kind of a bit mixed. Uh, what was the question? When you unopinionated opinion? How are you not watching? What were you doing? Well, as a random generator runs it. Yeah. So it's going to give me a different design next time. Yeah. No reference. That looks like an interesting project. Thank you. Um, so this is a project management planning software I'm building that allows me to give it a second. It's catching up with changes. Claude is currently making UI changes for me. Let's open the diagram. Later. Yeah. So this is Kaizu, which is a project management and planning application that I've been building for a little while. The idea being that it is, or the aim of the product is to try and um, improve the visibility of all work in all areas, so that we don't have to ask lots of questions. That's the big goal, so that people can know when they're meant to do something. They can know how they're meant to do it with little abstraction. So although kind of Jira like, I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to replace. It's wrong to say I'm not trying to replace Jira. I am trying to replace Jira because I don't like the way that Jira forces me to work. So a lot of opinions come from that. There are some repo kind of things to use to do all the site design. So it's crappy looking. So my focus is definitely never on the. I don't really care. I care that it looks like a product. I don't necessarily. I'm not necessarily panicking about is it the most beautiful, amazing piece of software ever. I care more about where did it do? I know it did that somewhere. Hold on. I think it's. I know where it is. Tenant settings users. That table. This is the last quad one. So this is in the same vein, but this has the search fields. So what I'll do is I'll tell it to take this and then consolidate the styles in somewhat. Uh, I'm still learning how to use Claude Design. Yeah. But anyway, no reference. If you have any questions, thoughts, opinions on what you're seeing, if you want to know more about the code, if you want me to dig into things more, you're more than welcome to ask. I never stream to just be productive with code. I'm happy to talk about software design, development, etc., because I think it's useful to learn from as well. So it doesn't matter if you are experienced or inexperienced. I'm happy to discuss. Um, Whether it's some kind of repo to use them. Yeah, I mean, GUI is just so people can use it without having to use a terminal. Yeah, yeah. Wow, a raid. Marek Counts, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. What were you streaming today? Tech and open source news. Ooh. Home Assistant voice preview used to work. Tried suggesting that didn't go as well. Does United Light? Shout out. Welcome Kubernetes. Nice. That's just part of the course, I think. I'm currently working on trying to get a consistent chip design in here. And this has taken me a week of refactoring and redesigning to do. So, or more. Yeah. Things didn't go as planned. I thought, it's a quick 5-minute detour. It was not a detour. So welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. So I am currently working on a product management and planning tool called Kaizu. Kaizu is the my dream project, I suppose it is. It's a technology playground at the same time as being something I genuinely am trying to build. It will one day hit MVP once I've decided it's got all the features it needs. Well, my one project is 6 months into a 5-minute detail. I feel that. I feel that. I've been working on this project for just over 2 years. So a detour of a week is actually not a bad detour for me. So Kaizu is a large distributed system. It's again a technology playground as well as being something serious. At this point, it is sizable enough you could consider it a real product. I use lots of technology. I'm a .NET developer, and I've been using .NET for over 20 years, most of my career. But there's a lot of .NET. There's Kafka. There's Service Bus. Oh, there's no Service Bus at this point in here. Sorry, there was. I removed it. GraphQL, Redis, MongoDB, Postgres, SignalR. Yeah. So, Blazor or JavaScript. This is an Angular front end. Angular is something that I was very familiar with, and a lot of the initial, like the first year of this or more, was built by hand in Angular. So I was building every single piece. My front end skills are lacking. So these days, we work with the assistance of Claude to get the front end. The back end is still all hand coded. I refuse to let Claude near it. Um, uh, yeah, so yeah, there you go. So that's what it looks like as a system. Do you like Blazor? I'm not a big I'm not a big fan of Blazor. I have used it. I have had people tell me it's great. I have looked at it, and my brain it's like, why don't use React or Nuxt, like Next and Nuxt right this second? Is the models don't kind of fit with my way of thinking about the software, so I don't do well with them. And Blazor is another one of them where the back end front end mix, like people say, well, it's C sharp, so it's like everything is C sharp, and I don't care. I don't mind using TypeScript if I have to. So yeah, Blazor. But the application is built so that later on, if Blazor is the technology I go with, or I want to go with a different front end technology, I don't have to change anything else. All the same stuff works. So there's a GraphQL. This is true, I suppose, CQRS. Why three different databases? You mean different database technologies, Minets? Marek loves HTMX. He's even bought a poster for it. I haven't looked at HTMX, but yeah, it's but it can be anything later, right? I can design a new front end at the right point. Yeah. And as for different database technologies, I suppose you're asking about Minets in terms of Mongo, Postgres, and Redis. Redis is pure cache for the tokens, so this is the authorization component of the system. That's just pure cache for the tokens, so we don't keep. Yeah. MongoDB is used for changes, so because the object shape of the changes is not relevant to, I don't have to store a solid object. I can flex that a little bit more. I don't have to change schema every time I change the model. And the so Mongo is really suitable for that. And then Postgres because it's not SQL Server and it's not going to cost me a fortune if I decide to actually put this on some real servers. What do you use for automated tests? So right now there's and these will probably fail. There is a bunch of unit tests. I do have a chunk of unit tests and continue to add some here and there. I don't do TDD because I want to get stuff done. I don't. I'm oftentimes just making it up as I go. So, but I do try and go back and add tests when I've got a piece established. There are some integration tests on some of the other libraries, so I do use a bit of a mix. And I am looking into using Playwright, but I'm trying to learn more about how I would do that so I can do a full end-to-end test. Because there's things like, I have to have the entire system up and all those things. And right now, the system is distributed across what is 23 of my services plus all the other pieces, Kafka, Redis, Postgres, etc. So it's a large system with a lot of moving parts, but it works. It works pretty well. It is again through CQRS, the command. Well, the right side of the system, all these modules, all they care about is capturing their data. They produce events to Kafka. Kafka, we have consumers everywhere. The view consolidates all those into that, and then there's a GraphQL API against that, which is just a read-only API. I don't use GraphQL for modifications. There is GitHub integration. So if I go into profile cards here, you can see the tasks that I've been working on. There's GitHub integration, so I can actually see which branches have been created there. So yeah. But I'm always open to thoughts and suggestions, and if you have opinions on, you're not doing that the right way, or you could do this, this would be better, or how do I do this? How have you achieved this? There's always discussion available. How do you provide periodic back? So right now, the GraphQL is secured by the token. So everything, when I log into the application, I use Auth0. Everything goes through the gateway, even GraphQL. At that point, I validate the token against the internal Auth0 and issue a new token internally. And all these systems have the internal signed token there. They don't use the Auth0 token, so nothing goes beyond the gateway. So all these are behind the gateway. I'm still trying to learn more about how to properly secure these things. Again, why this is a playground. Like I can tweak and play with those things. The GraphQL piece itself does not have right this second per like they're all authorized, so all the data is authorized, so it has to have the query the token. But I'm not doing role based auth here, um, based upon what you can get. So right this second, if you're authorized to use the system, you can query it. Now on the client side, I do have, you know, when your permissions are shown, I hide data, I hide components, they don't render into the page, etc. So yeah, but this does have the facility to put roles in there. I just haven't gone through and passed over that. So, is that something you've done in the past? Is that stuff you have experience of? And GraphQL, by the way, because it gives me the most flexibility of getting the data out. I have the view database, so I can tweak the data appropriately there and condense it all. I've done it, it's hard. Yeah, I mean, at the very minimum, it's authorized. It's authorized against the internal token, so you have to be able to get that issued. I'm still working on implementing the proper. I still need to go back and implement the proper OIDC spec with the auth stuff. And I do have a bit of a challenge there still, but it does the token is signed, and right now, every time I start the application up, because I'm using Aspire, I issue a new thing, so I fell foul of that the other day because it's signed with that key. So if I have a session from before I started it, I have to refresh that and get rid of Redis cache. So, but yeah, so Kaizu is very much about, and so I say Kaizu. Kaizu is made up of two components. Liquid Sky is this piece, and then Control Tower is this piece. This is right now it's a very minimal backend piece. So yeah, it supports that. Well, gotta go run and hang out with the kids a bit. Good stream. Marek, thank you very much for the raid. Thank you for coming and hanging out and chatting for a bit. I appreciate that. And I drop you a follow and hope to see you stream soon. Take care. And Javi and Gromit, thank you very much for your follows. Appreciate that as well. Welcome in. So yeah, Control Tower is the backend piece. So when a user signs up for the system, Control Tower gets the new tenant sign up and issues a basic subscription, which then gets saved in here. So you have some basic flow in there where it sets, oh, you've got a subscription to the system. Yeah. Trap, hello, how you doing? Still using the Liquid Sky name. Did you ever go watch the movie? I did not. I did not watch the movie yet. I really should if I'm going to keep calling it that. The reason is that once I called it Kaizu, I realized that I still had two components. So uh, one day, one day. How are you doing, Trap? I haven't seen you around in a while. Hope you're well. So, okay. So that should have finished doing its magic. Yes, that's finished its magic now. So we should now have some consistent cards, behaviors. That's still not going to show. That's fine. We'll come back over that in a second. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Planning backlog. Still don't like that table. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to do a little bit of a cheat here. Um, so let's go and look at this. So I'm going to variables. What we did. So if I do this, if I take this, um, that over there. The reason I drag that off screen quickly is because I've got to clean the artifacts up and it makes that public to do it. Not that it'll help anyone, but yeah. Style. So I'm going to just get it to take a look. Uh, okay, so that's that. That's off and running. You all right? Yeah, just don't feel like streaming, but work. Prefer to just work on projects. Happy to look. I did launch a new channel though. Just been through your dev work, having clankers. I thought it was you. I was in there yesterday. I was like 3DO channel. That's got to be you. Then I saw just using AI. I'm like, nah. I was debating, but okay, okay. So it was you, 3DO dev. Yeah, I get it. Oh, you're streaming it now. But I suppose that's the benefit. You can just go into other channels because if you're just getting the clankers do it, fine. Then I will. Nice. It seemed very, very on brand for you. I suppose I should have listened to my instinct there. Um, how's that going? How's the 3DO stuff going? I was looking at the Digital Foundry. One of the Digital Foundry members the other day was raving about Mortal Kombat 2 and the 3DO. That it's absolutely amazing that it's that good. Yeah. So that's awesome. Yeah, that's cool. Over tooling compiles with nice. That's fantastic. That's yeah, they were absolutely raving about it, showing in like the sprite sizes and the audio and just the way it looked. So yeah, I'm tempted to give that a try. Yeah. Okay. So what's next? So we have the cards available, even if it's not right. I've got the machine working on um, making the table a bit more consistent, but that's minor. I think I need to do a commit and get this code done and merged, so that I don't leave it lying around any longer. Um, I don't like that either. Why is that not redundant? If you look at the clip they uploaded, I commented, this thing is Sean who wrote it. He's not someone who can dev. He's a random C sharp guy who wants to start thinking of C on 3D. It's motivated on people like myself to help in learn language and platform. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll take a look back at that. It's yeah. I still have the 3D set up over here with the ODE on it. Uh, I just don't get much time to sit and play with the games because I don't have the space. Yeah, I had a 3DO sat on a GameCube sat in a stack, or with ODEs on, so I can just play them. Sorry, thank you for the follow. Come in. And yeah, again, anyone, if you have any questions, thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, you're more than welcome to ask. You're more than welcome to chat about software development. There's a Discord link to the cards below if you are interested in that. I do stream generally on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but I'm going to start trying to stream a little bit more uh, around weekends and stuff. If you don't mind, could you show a little bit of the features of this system? Yeah, absolutely. We're doing tons of stuff, not all released, but I've got some game decomps improvements. Also, some DOS games, new ROM, boot ROM. I'm trying to rework the OS for someone to give more control and RAM. Oh wow, I could do some good things. Okay, so Kaizu is the product. The goal of the product is to try and simplify um, who sees what when and who deals with what at each piece. So I'm trying to take it from idea to delivery with the most amount of visibility I can provide. So the concept is that as a CEO, a CTO, a C-suite level person, or whoever's dreaming up ideas, they're able to go in here and start building out what they think. This is the basics of it. I needed initiatives in here to kind of back some of the ideas. I do have a lot more ideas on how this should evolve, but the concept is that the at this level they're thinking about what they want and they're trying to build a design. Of what they need. They could be working on something and exploring the idea. They don't have to be developing. They don't have to be developing it. So at this level, what they want to know is, can we do this and explore it? Once they're ready, they can commit to it. So they say, yeah, we're actually going to do this, and they can go in and start adding deliverables, or rather, product. The product management would do that, and they could add it in here. Ultimately, I don't think it lives in here. I think it belongs in here. So as a product manager, I can come in and I can add a new deliverable and I can attach it to an initiative. A deliverable is a definition of what I want to deliver. So it could be as small as a screen, a button on a screen. It could be as big as an entire feature set. It could be a product if you want it to be a product, right? But it's a deliverable, and an initiative can have many deliverables. The idea being that in here, as a product manager, I can build out the things I want. This is all it's all markdown. That's why it's displaying this way. I can do what I want in here, but the concept is that the product manager is going to go in here. These would be what stories are in Jira. Sorry, I keep looking over there because I'm looking at the chat. That's kind of what I'm doing. So the idea is that the product manager goes in and kind of comes up with what do they want. Right, I can remove notification parameters. I can select to be notified and set parameters. I can receive summary emails. Right, these are the things they want and how they want them, and here's what they expect. So this isn't the actual pieces of work, though. What they're doing here is they're trying to identify what do they actually expect to have happen, and when they're ready, they can move that to a planning phase, ready for review phase. So this board here represents ready for review. So as a development team, as we need to be looking at what's coming up next, if something's marked as ready for review, then the product manager said, yeah, you can take a look at this if you want to. And the product manager would normally set up a meeting and go through it, etc. But it can be reviewed beforehand. And the idea of this is that the development team, the implementation teams, or the DevOps or DBAs, etc., will look at these things with a goal to identifying what do they need to do to break these things down. So this deliverable profile cards is one I've just been working on. So I introduced a few requirements in here, introduced title and location to profile, display the profile card on hover, and I tasked it out incorrectly, but ultimately then as a development team, we'd sit there and say, oh, we need to add tasks to this. So we add tasks, and a task is the actual work to be done. So again, this can be as big or as small as you want. It has the ability to do estimates. And the idea is that the development team can sit in here and talk about what they want and describe at a technical level, because it doesn't matter at this phase whether it's technical or not. So we can actually build it. So this would be handled by tasking in Jira. But the difference is these things here don't sit in here. So only the tasks that you need to work on are in your system. So now from this perspective, you're just working on tasks, and the tasks make up a deliverable. And there's going to be more detail on here eventually. But again, as a team member, it's in progress. I can say, okay, we're working on this. Here's the branches that I've got attached to it. When things are kind of moving along, let's say I want to deliver it, I can define a release, and a release will allow me to set which tasks make up part of that release. So you see LSP4 is still in progress. These three are done. So once this is done, I could potentially do a release. And that's kind of the idea, that we can track these things. We can see what's in progress. We can see if they've got open PRs on them, right? So we can go, if I was logged in, it'd work. This is actually a merged PR. So this shows me when they were done. And assigned July 30th. So it's very much intended to try and provide at each person's role in the company where there's to give enough definition, enough information to just get on with what you need to get on with and not have to know about that. So from a planning perspective, as a product manager, I know what's actually in progress because I can see this from my perspective. These are things I need to follow up on. It's got 3 out of 4 tasks done. This is me. This is my default user in this tenant. And I can kind of keep an eye on work at the deliverable level, because as a product manager, I don't necessarily care about the larger initiative. I care about individual deliverables. That camera is doing my head in. It's because I fidget when I move. I can see where the camera is, and it's on the top of my head. I've zoomed in. I don't think I can make it zoom out. So, why not? It zoomed out. Well, it's really good. I love that tabs at the top reflect the actual high-level steps of software development. Constructive thought. Deliverable form looks like it has a lot of inputs for a model. I would suggest another way of entering the data. No, I control that with my hand. The OBS bot allows me to use hand gestures to zoom in and out and frame. So I think I could do like that, and it'll frame me. Yeah, do different things based upon how I move. So I'm still trying to learn the hand gestures I can use. Because I fidget, it zooms in on me because it's trying to watch me now. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, the deliverables. So again, my goal here is not necessarily to make this the most perfect thing possible. My goal is to make it functionally correct, and then get it to a point where people could actually use it, and then get that feedback in the future. So yeah, I get what you're saying though. No reference. It's the amount of information for a dialogue there is a bit too much. In the first path, this was actually a screen, I think. Then it became a dialogue. Did that actually do anything in that table? Oh no. How should I build the cleaner deliverables table? Grid list rewrite. Replace the primary G table with CSS grid list, exactly like the users table, and you're out to that. Trust consistency. There is consistency in a pixel match to your mock by re-implement column sorting and pagination as lightweight signals. Restyle the P table in place. Yeah, why not make it that? Your mock makes 2 structural changes beyond styling. Which should I adopt? Stat cards to filter tabs. Replace the 4 stat cards totaled with clickable status filter. Pull initiative into title. Mini progress bar. Yeah, let's go with that. What's the worst that happens? I break everything. Yeah. So, yeah, compact, comfortable is not nothing that. So yeah, the amount of information. Also, there's some challenges with what information this is actually gathering that's wrong. So yeah. But ultimately, the idea is that as a product manager, I don't need to go into the actual workboard to see where things are. I can keep an eye on what I need to keep an eye on and know that it's in progress or it's stalled by keeping, a review date on mind. So I can see, and we'll probably put more progress stuff in here to see where this is. But like the completed status actually probably belongs in there. But the goal is not to make it that the product manager has to go over here and go into the boards and see the boards and say, oh, well, you're not worked on this yet. Because, and I've been thinking more about this, the flow of complete. What is complete? Well, it means that the work was done, but how do we indicate done and whatnot? So there's still a little bit more of my initial vision involved in what comes next here. I do have an idea of basically saying, well, if you've got, so one of the key aspects here is because of the way this is designed, if I work on a DevOps team or I work on a DBA team, I'm still going to add my tasks in here, right? They don't need to be tightly linked to development task. So developers could task out their pieces, and you can say, you can say, oh, you can't do it in there because it's in there. Boards. I can say, um, associated. So I can actually link other tasks. So if there's a DevOps task, I can associate it to the DevOps task. And what happens is in the release mode, it tells you if you don't pull the associated task in, it will say there's actually associated tasks for this one. So you probably want to know about them. So the idea is that you shouldn't be able to pull a release together of tasks that aren't actually um, uh, complete. So if the subtask, it would block you building out the release. And this has the concept of ultimately we'll have a concept of transitioning this through. So again, keeping an eye on where things are. So in the final in my core vision of this, the idea is that there'd be a Kanban board here of where all the deliverables are. So you know what state the deliverables are for an initiative. So you could go in here and see, oh, most of the deliverables are done for this. We don't need to, we can have a meeting on this. Um, Again, on the planning side, you can see where all the tasks are because I think this actually becomes more of a board of all the tasks for a deliverable because you could split it up over multiple requirements. And again, in visibility is key. The next thing I need to work on once this is done is actually this watchability. So this is the basic version of it right second. But this next step is more, hey, I want an email every week or every day of what tasks were created. Or I want a push notification when a deliverable is overdue. Right. So I want to put in this rich notification system. So here, if I select status here, that will get me a notification every time the status of this deliverable changes. If I want to say include parameters, I could say if it changes from or to planning, then I could be notified. So a user can come in here and add a notification for this, even if they're not allowed to touch. Well, there'll still be visibility, there'll still be rules on what you can and cannot see, but if you're allowed to see it, you can put a notification on and watch it. So as a CEO, I could ultimately be able to say, oh, I care about this changing. Have you got all this mapped out in your brain, or are you working with something like Trello? Well, I'm building a product to do the thing that I need to do, right? No, I do have. So if you actually look, like all the notes and all the ideas and stuff that I've got, I'm trying to build the pieces that give me the ability to design out the pieces. I'm very much I'm not waterfalling it exactly, but I'm just in time in it as such. Like I have ideas. Um, I was telling someone the other day, the entire idea of this came from the idea of a football game, of passing the ball down the field and when do you need to care about it? Well, if you're a defender and the ball is on the other end of the field, you just need to kind of watch it and know that, someone's broken away and he's coming back over the field, right? Um, so the entire concept of this started from passing the ball to someone else at the right time. So that was the entire idea. So I have it all written out and stuff in here in various forms, ideas on, things. This is one daughter and I sat through and went through some ideas, etc. So yeah, I mean football. I know who I'm talking to. I wasn't about to say the soccer word. Yeah. So what I need to get to is the point where I can deploy this and then I can properly dog food this, right? That's the dream. And that's kind of what I'm doing right now. I'm using it as I intend to use it, but in development, it's pretty hard to use. And I'm constantly stopping and starting and changing. So, you finish that table for me? Oh, yes. So, yeah, notifications are actually something that's pretty difficult from a design. Where is it? Deployment, architecture. Oh, not that one. Data flow. That's that one. Change. That's about. There we go. So this is a bit old now, but in general, it's still correct. So when things change in the system, um, when um, a deliverable changes or a task changes, right? And this probably should be up there because that goes through there. When a planning item, a deliverable changes, then I calculate what has changed, and then I need to go to something that says, okay, enrich that data, but I also now need to know uh, that thing has changed. Um, do I need to do anything about it? Right. So this is stuff that hasn't been touched in quite a while at this point, but basically I do have the communications components and the changes components. Changes and pipelines live together. Communications and notifications live together. Communications is general communications. Notifications is things I need to tell you, right? Um, and notifications goes via communications. So notifications is, hey, you actually care about this piece, right? So um, naming pending, by the way. And again, what matters most is that I understand that. So I need to change it if I don't understand it, not that you necessarily understand it. It matters that I can actually develop the code. But the goal of this is when I subscribe to something, I can actually track that in the application. Um, so here's a deliverable change. It says, okay, go and get me any subscriptions for this deliverable. And now does it match? Do the parameters they ask for match? Um, this is a specific send, right? This is the, yep, here's a notification. Should I send something? And if so, then it publishes an event that says, yep, user notification, user change notification, process deliverable change. So uh, the goal of this next phase is to kind of flex this a little bit more. Be do I need to tell you about this now? No, it goes off into a list, but then how do I trigger when I should tell you something, right? Um, that's going to be a whole lot of design and challenges. But yeah, the the intercommunication of everything matters here. So I am kind of working towards that. That's that. Backlog. There we go. Okay. That looks a little clean. Yeah. Um, looks a little bit more consistent. But what I need to do here is I need to build a very rich, flexible notification system out. And this is the next phase, right? So I also need to put in ordering of these things because they don't make sense. So can select to be notified. So I want the watch button to replace with the notifications button. Clicking the new button, we should be presented with a screen for listing the current user notifications. So this right now is like a give me all the parameterizations of this, but actually what I want to do is present a screen that says I want to add a notification, and that notification is going to be um, here's I want to watch this, I want to get an email on it, and I want to get it on a summary. And it's not just about the fields; it's about events that happen in the system, right? So if I want to watch for a task being added to this deliverable, that's going to be kind of tricky because I'm going to have to make sure that I capture all that data. And that's where Kafka comes into play here for me. Kafka gives me um, I don't use Kafka as a service bus most of the time. Most of the time, I'm using Kafka for state replication. So when a deliverable gets saved in the planning component, um, it publishes most of that deliverable data in a shareable form. It doesn't publish everything. Some of it is kept internally because it can make decisions internally, but anything that's publicly available is published there. At that point, any number of systems can listen to that thing. So notifications actually does listen for those things in the receivers. Well, no, notifications listens to changes. Okay. Changes listens to deliverable. Yeah. So if a deliverable is processed in the system, oh, I have another technology in there, by the way. I have Akka, or Akka.net as it is. So Akka allows me to scale out processing of the data. I'm still, again, another technology I'm playing with. But the idea here is that as this gets received, it will go, hey, push this to this queue, and then it'll get done. Right? It'll leave. So the next message can come in and this can go back to processing. So this deliverable receiver isn't backed up. The one thing I have a challenge with here is I probably need to put an inbox in here, because if that fails, I don't have any resilience there. So nothing happens. So I need to figure out a way of forgot to follow 3D ODAV. So yeah, I have no way of restoring that. So I need to put an inbox on the receivers so that I can continue to receive events. I'm still debating whether I want to do that there or there. But anyway, the deliverable receiver here picks that up. The view receivers also has a deliverable receiver, right? That takes that information. It takes more of that information because it needs to do something with it, right? So it depends on what you want from that aspect, but you can pull that information. So the benefit Kafka gives me here is I can use that stateful transfer of the data to pass things around and infer what I need to infer. So the changes component receives it, processes it, says, hey, this is what changed about this object, so it just doesn't match up. Hey, Deathpacks, how you doing? On time. Um, so it calculates what's different, and then it publishes that out and says, here's the changes. And then the transform pipeline says, oh, changes were published. Let me process that. So it pulls those changes in, but it's also pulled in the deliverable details so it can enrich that data. So it knows what users are, it knows what projects are, so it can enrich it and say, oh, it changed from, Jeffrey to Gina. The user changed from Jeffrey to Gina, and that will publish a more enriched message. But at the same time, other parts of the system can react to just the change happening. They don't need the enriched data to react to that. So that's why they're broken out as two separate pieces. So there's a heavy reliance upon the messaging, but at the same time, every system has a job and it works on those things. So that was a very long-winded way of getting around to this. So I need to create a notification, but it's more than just tell me if a field changed. It's tell me when a thing happened. So part of the design here is me contemplating how the heck I'm going to write that into the system. But don't know yet. We're doing just make it up development, right? Um, should not be able to define a notification with identical parameters. Should be able to define a second notification for tasks added with a weekly frequency. So I can add the same parameters. I could just say weekly. So I could say, hey, on a daily basis, tell me how many tasks have been added. But on a weekly basis, tell me how many tasks have been, give me the summary of the tasks that have been added. They're similar but different. I've got fun stuff. I've mostly been stuck in Azure Service Bus for work projects anyway. Yes, we are currently evaluating Azure Service Bus for work stuff. What does your experience of that say? Because I know Event Hubs is another option, but which is more Kafka based. I'm a little bit concerned about doing that, mainly from a cost perspective. I don't see anything that Azure Service Bus looks very scary with, but yeah. or storage queues. Storage queues just seems like the wrong technology. Not sure how it's used that way. So yeah, I need to figure out this piece. But I think I've procrastinated enough that I think I'm actually there to actually start thinking about this. So this next part might be a little bit more discussion heavy. And again, if you are new to the stream, if you have not been in here before, if you are curious as to what I am working on, you're more than welcome to ask. You're more than welcome to. Oh, it removes it removes the type the initiative. I'm happy to talk about what I'm doing. I'm happy to discuss the technology. I'm happy to be told, "Hey, you're doing it wrong." That is perfectly fine. This screen now doesn't see. This is the problem. I'm introducing weird inconsistencies because even though Claude design is giving me a lot of the stuff, how it implements it is not always how it saw it. So it's sometimes a little bit disconnected. I've been using it for the last 4 years with function apps. In the process of rewriting a bunch of things due to a large change to the function apps, I totally work with models. But would you say as your service bus is a perfectly good technology for eventing and behavior? Any gotchas that are worth knowing about? Sorry to pick your brain on that one. It's yeah. Okay, so I think it's time to stop running, commit everything I've got, and do some merges. Actually, no, I want to run it. I need it to run. I'll tell you why in a second. Yeah, not any major issues, only major gotchas and limitations with large payloads. Yeah, I don't foresee us using anything very large in terms of payload. I'm still debating the message design. Um, how much information we actually are going to use to pass around. I don't see us using it in a stateful way, like I'm using Kafka in this instance, but yeah. All part of the fun. Okay, so we introduced the title. All that was to do title, by the way. Actually, before I do this, I need to fix a bunch of unit tests. If I run the unit tests, they're going to fail. Oof. Oof. 18 tests failed. Oh, view tests. Those are the worst ones. Updating users. User does not exist. Acquire user is invoked. What? how, how can user not exist? Object reference not set to instance. Update user. Oh, I know I am. I bet you I am. Is it really that error? Acquire user is invoked. So when does it not exist? Yeah, there we go. So that's because user ID spec returns a user. Location equal no. Location ID equal no. So when we go to acquire user, that's fine. Update user, we acquire values, so we get them. Location identifier is null. Did I pass null? Yeah. Yeah, it's null, right? Oh no, I passed that in. Okay, so it expected something and it didn't get anything. That should pass. Okay. Ended up putting larger payload in the blob storage and just pass the lookup straight around. Yes. Yeah, that's how I expect to use that. Anything big. Oh. object reference. Location ID equals location ID. Int. Right. It's yeah. That's what it. No, that's not. That's not right. That's not what that is. No. Refuse. No. Object reference, not sequence. I think I might be heading in the wrong direction there. Hold on. That shouldn't be required at all. It knows that what it's getting back is that. It's a no. Oh, because it is a nullable result in. I just want to say hi. Got to run. Deathpack, thank you for coming and hanging out for a bit. Appreciate it. I'm sure well. Have to go as well. Hopefully, no references session will go as well. No reference. Thank you very much. Take care and thank you for coming and hanging out. Again, if you're interested, you're more than welcome to join the Discord if you ever want to talk more about this or ask further questions. K-Man Crafting, morning. How you doing? How are things? Okay. .NET Project Manager. Yes. And I'm building a .NET tool for Kaizu. And um, uh, I use .NET because I'm a 20 plus year .NET developer. Sorry. And I do enjoy it. How about yourself? What do you use? Also, I don't like Jira, which is why I'm building this. This is Kaizu. For anyone, Kaizu.io is sorry. Complete user brain not working. Why are you nullable? I believe that's because I treat it as no, because it's null there. It knows it's a nullable result, so it's null. That's fine. Why? What's this icon? It's behaving as it should. It's doing exactly what it should do. Just curious as to why it's failing that. Well, these days I tend to use open projects. I believe it's Ruby based. Decent REST API, so it works well with me. Nice. Nice. Yeah, so I started building this about 2 years ago because I don't like Jira. I don't like the way that Jira focuses. Like we end up building process to fit into Jira, or we try to change Jira to fit our process. Um, I am all I want to do is make people capable, able to capture the things they care about and see how other people are doing with the things that are related to those things. So I am focusing heavily on visibility and transparency rather than focusing on trying to stick everything in one specific spot. So, you know, uh, product owners can track initiatives, ideas, etc. Product managers can track deliverables, what they expect to be building. Development, DevOps, SQL DBAs, whoever else, QA, etc., can be implementing things and tracking their work independently of each other. And then we can build releases out that combine all the efforts together so we know exactly what's contained in a release. And it's all visible. So that's kind of my focus. Why am I... Same error over and over and over again. So it's the same one. Object reference, not that. Yeah, it treats it as a result in. So I think this is because this is. But that won't work. This is what it is. That's exactly what it is. But that's the equivalent. Interesting. That's the problem. Well, because you can't. I can't do that because not. It doesn't matter. I'm just losing result. Right. That's fine. Line 29. This is failing because that's actually trying to get it and it's receiving the wrong thing. So I can go back to this. I probably put GUID.new location identifier, and that should be null. I'm not messing around with changing these to be getting location right now. We'll do a separate test in a second to make sure location does what it should do. Same problem over and over again. If you're paying any attention to my unit test, you're seeing me flip flop and change how I'm actually treating test variables, all sorts of stuff. So that's fine. As long as the tests do stuff and I know that they're doing the right things, I'm perfectly fine with that. Right, second, same thing. So all that was the thing that was causing that, by the way, then was the um, it thought it was a result, so it's trying to get the value of the result, not the user is not expected to receive no calls matching and still received one. Interesting. Yeah, it's been a while. How's progress? Plus for zero. Progress is good. Give me 1 second. I'll start the app open and I'll show you around. As always, if you have any questions, thoughts, opinions, please feel free to share. Good about there. Okay, so okay, so Kaizu. So sorry, my replying to family. So Kaizu is coming along, getting there. So right now we have initiatives in there working, planning, we can plan, we can do design deliverables, we can put in here's what we accept. This is all right now, it's just marked down so I can focus on capturing what I'm believing is useful here rather than trying to be too opinionated on what I'm capturing here. You can add requirements and again just mark down, etc. So there's not a lot of tracking, there's not a lot of who's assigned, etc. Because right now a deliverable with requirements is assigned to the product manager who defines it, not to anybody else. It's not, this isn't the work, this is what they're expecting. Once work is, actually, I probably should create this. So if I create a deliverable, I'll do sample deliverable move through lifetime goal, demonstrate things. I have no delete yet, so this is going to be yet more crappy data. You sign what projects it's going to be associated with because a single deliverable could cross multiple projects, right? So it's going to cross Liquid Sky front end and back end. And we're going to review it next Saturday. And it's going to go into no initiative. And justification is something else at this point. I'll go back around that one afterwards. Justification is part of the risk part and the alignment. The justification is aimed at providing a list of things that give the why you're doing this as a general principle so that you can kind of prioritize. So certain justifications will put things higher, but not necessarily make them take precedence. You can't just go in and say everything's highest priority, right? So the justification will help with the calculation of risk and whatnot. So that's the goal of that. To introduce a concept of making people think about how it aligns to the business and so what the justification is for doing this particular piece. So if it's just like, I want to get this done because I like it, you've got to explain why. So you start with defining and you say, okay, well, I'm going to define new requirement should display markdown properly. Acceptance criteria. This is working. Should demonstrate stuff. I don't think we actually ever fully implemented it, but Mojo and I one evening were tinkering with actually introducing code blocks and these things as well, and it actually almost worked. So you can save it and go in here. Now you say, oh, well, now I'm actually planning this. This is actually something I'm going to be working on. So let's plan this. You go in and add more details. You can have discussions. The goal is to have things like meetings in here. So Teams and Google Meet actually have APIs into which you can integrate. So my goal is to be able to at least offer those integrations. So you can say, oh, create a meeting in here, and any meetings will be tracked in here. So you'd be able to see what's going on. And that would allow you to keep in touch with things. Again, transparency. If a meeting's being scheduled for this to talk about this deliverable, it should be. To put the reference. By the way, do you have an MVP release plan so you get your first users and you get feedback? So what I did, I'll go back over that in a second. So once you got a requirement, you say, yeah, this is good. So now when you're ready, you say, mark ready for review. And you can still pull it back. You can pull it back at this phase if you want to. But what that will do is actually now that makes it visible to the development team. So the development team will ultimately get a little little marker on here to say, by the way, the stuff you need to review. And the intent of putting it in here right this second is that even though I haven't set up a meeting, I haven't set up anything to talk about this, it's there for people to see. It's stuff that is going to be coming their way. You will know that it's something to look at. So, and this would only show for development. So because Jeffrey is in one of those teams, right? I'm in the development team that deals with that project. I will see this. If I was in a development team that did not deal with that project, this wouldn't show. Mojo, thank you for stopping by, hanging out. Have a great rest of your day. I'll speak to you again. Have a great weekend. So, yeah, this ready for review state means that the product manager has said, yeah, this deliverable is something that you should look at. And now the intention is the development team could come along and say, okay, yeah, we could work on this. We know what we're doing. We know why we're doing it. We can add some tasks to it if we want to. But the product manager can then say, okay, you're good with this. You know what you're planning. Uh, okay, I'm handing it over to you, so you can move it to with development. And that kind of moves it to in progress. You can see with development, I put the deliverables board. Now it's over here. Now the development team should be looking at this, right? This will be popping up for them. It'll be telling them, hey, you've got stuff to plan. You need to go off and do this, so please do this. So the development team comes along and says, oh, well, you need to add a new screen. Now, this is the technical side, right? The development team or the DBAs or the or the DevOps people could be setting up actual tasks like, hey, I need to go and define a cluster. I need to go and do this. They can task this out for themselves. Add a new screen. The new screen should display hello world. We can associate with other tasks so we can see. I haven't tested this in a while, so let's see how good this is. It looks like it's breaking, so that's awesome. Yep, it's breaking with interesting. Cool. Okay, well, we've got a regression, but you can see this. Now, right now, this is every project, but this allows you to say, oh, this is actually the backend. So if you wanted to assign different projects to this, you could still do that and which team it's going to be assigned to. And that team list there is only what teams are available there. So you could have a project that you're going to assign this task to that has testing project might have multiple teams. No, sample team, right? So a single project could have multiple teams. So the goal here being that you could assign this to, if you have 3 teams working on one project, you could assign it to individual teams um, to work on that. So these tasks are there, and I probably want to put more information in here, obviously. But yeah, now that's with development. Development can go through and build out the tasks for them, and everyone can see what's going on. The implementation side, the backlog. So now that backlogged item is there, I can say, associate. So we've got a bug to fix actually. But yeah. As for the MVP release, so I made a lot of changes to this. The MVP really is when I can actually do a delivery, right? So right now I'm getting close to that, and I'm trying to get closer. Is on. There's no value in this if I can't get it to do the actual workflow of completing a delivery to say, yeah, this got released. So I've been working towards that, but trying to refine some of the pieces along the way. How's that going? It's 50-50. Some of it's vibe, some of it's old school. Right? That's what I do. So yeah, the plan. So I made a lot of changes about 6 months ago. I ripped out SQL Server, put Postgres in there, so that would lower any hosting costs. I got rid of Service Bus, user only Kafka, and even then, USD Hellgaming. Even then, I'm using Red Panda, not Kafka, so I can actually deploy that myself if I want to. Agentic coding. Yeah. So the front end is I'm using a lot more. I'm using Claude for the front end. I'm using Claude to assist me with scripts on the back end, deal with the database stuff. There is a lot moving parts here, right? There's a lot of pieces here. The view. These are the databases in here right the second. Yeah. So once I need to get the notifications piece fleshed out because it's a big part of what I want to do. I've been kind of umming and ahhing around that for months. Once I get the working parts of here's how I'm going to show you this stuff, here's how I'm going to notify. Yeah. So yeah, the actual code base is right now 101 projects here. It is it is quite sizable. The 75 main projects. The application running is 23 independent services. A couple of months ago, I added GitHub integration, so these actually do have GitHub PRs. These are actual branches in GitHub that have been completed. So I do have full GitHub integration. It tracks all those pieces. So this release is showing these are complete. This green icon says that the PRs have been merged. This says there's no PRs for this one, so that's fine. The idea being that you'd assign a release manager to review this, and this is the release manager on this particular case. So if I do here and go, yeah, an owner, sorry, not a manager. The idea being that one person, not necessarily a manager, is the responsible person for that release. Yeah. I recommend having a code cleanup UR improvement for architecture and previous stuff after the initial version. Very good. It doesn't take long. So this piece, AI is going nowhere near it. It's not coding anything for me. I am hand coding everything in the back end. Everything is still 100% me. And I use nowhere near it's not actually accurate. I use AI to brainstorm and discuss with on this. I have a project in Claude. It has context of all my decisions. I use it to try and make sure I'm staying consistent and I'm being true to what I'm actually aiming for. So I do use Claude in that respect there. I do use Claude on the front end because I'm not a solid front end developer. That is not something that is my talent or my desire. So I do use Claude a lot on the front end, and I use Claude Design for a lot of the design these days. And I'm using Claude to help me with back-end pieces like the prereqs, getting up the services, and managing SQL stuff. I had one of my mini files got 50 lines, mini files, and improve my workflow. That's complex code. Less complex code. Well, sometimes things are complex. Overall, the general design of Kaizu is pretty consistent, so I'm comfortable with it. Interesting. They get rid of. That's happened a few times now, where it's shown things like that. Yeah. So there's a lot more in here than it was 6 months ago. That's for certain. I have accelerated some things. Wing Zero, hello, welcome in. Hope you're well. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to get those unit tests running properly. Let's run them once more. Fix them up. It's fine. Concerning integration. Expected to receive no calls matching, but receive. Not receive, update async user. Update user. Oh, because I always call update user now. There is no. When user exists, no changes are made. Ah. So that's valid. I've removed that behavior. So I've got to test. Do I care is the question. I suppose the one check I should do here is if the version's changed. That's probably going to be a global check. I haven't used C#, but I heard one of the great things about it is that you use it everywhere. Any component you can make it work. It's not all platforms the right framework. Yeah, C# is true cross-platform. One day I will plug in the MacBook and show that I can develop this just as easily on the Mac as I can on Windows or Linux. You know, I've got that working as well. So, and this is, by the way, hosted. This is all hosted on another machine. So this development environment is not actually running on this machine. It's running on devstation.local, which is a bigger box sat here. Yeah. So if you are interested, you're more than welcome to ask questions. If you have opinions on what I'm doing, you're more than welcome to share. If you're going to give something negative, constructive is all I ask for. That's fine. So one thing we need to do there, actually, while I'm looking at the test, is I need to change that a little bit. Test, infrastructure, view application test concerning integration. When updating users, do I deal with? It's, so I say no changes are made, but I think I need to address expected version. I need to go back to this a bit. Second. Update user takes the version. The version comes from the integration of the receiver. That's user receiver. We pass the version of the event in. The versioning is done on the message. Bright white. Sorry, can't help that. This does not have a dark mode. So I'm using Red Panda for Kafka because it's a much more stable tool for Kafka stuff than actual Kafka. It's fully Kafka compatible, but it actually lets me set brokers in Docker and stuff. So it's all working with actually 3 brokers pretty well. So that's good. So if I go to a user, version 9, so it is incrementing the version number. So I should take it if the version hasn't incremented, I should ignore the change, or it's less than, I should ignore the change. That's the idempotency that I need to deal with, because I'm not dealing with it here, am I? Oh, no. I'm bailing. If the version is less than the current version, I bail, which I think should be not validate. So, for the benefit of anyone who hasn't been in the stream before, so I am a .NET developer of over 20 odd years. I've been doing this for a long time. Right now, I'm not trying to say that I know better than Jira or ClickUp or whatever other tools there are out there. I'm trying to build this purely from I want to build something that does things the way I think of them, the way I think helps developers. I don't think we put too much effort into splitting up what people need, and we kind of bundle into one big product. I gotta go, but good luck on your project. Can't see it being used. Philosopher Zero, thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. Have a great rest of your weekend. So I'm not doing this from a position of naivety. I'm doing this from I'm learning a lot. I'm able to play with a lot of technologies. There's a lot of moving parts, and again, whether you're new to development or you're experienced, you're more than welcome to chat about this stuff. Happy to talk about it. So, yes. And I keep saying that, by the way, because if you are new to development, I don't want you to be intimidated by this. It's generally very simple. There's just a lot of it. I don't want to turn people away if you have questions. So I'm always happy to learn. So what I'm doing here is I'm just validating. I actually do validate the version is incremented. So if I try and send a message, I can never get into this update with a version that's different. the version that's less than me. So um, if command dot version equals user dot version, so I don't think that should happen either. I'm kind of tempted to say that should be if it's less than or equal to. We shouldn't receive the same version of the event again. And that's the sort of stuff I need to standardize. That's the sort of stuff that could be easily missed and be a bug that you don't understand. Do I have a integration event? No, versions attached here. So I do it on a case by case for the version. Yeah, that's to be it, I think. So let's not worry about that right a second. I will easily find that later on. For the test, though, when no changes are made, um, is incorrect, but I don't want to necessarily just remove that. So here I validate that I get the user, I validate that, and that's the test. I I definitely acquired the user, and I didn't update them. Uh, is kind of what I've said there, but I don't think that's correct. I think what I need to do is say, uh, I don't want to get into writing my own result here. There's one type here that um, so I'm using our Dallas result, right? And there's one thing that I want to do. So I have result.success, but what I kind of want to say is if user.version is uh, it seems awful to rewrite this thing. I'm kind of saying if the user is less than or equal to the command.version, then I want to do return result.no action. That's kind of what I want to represent, but I don't want to write my own. So then I could validate, yeah, I get the right thing. But in this case, what's going to happen is if I come in with the exact same version, I'm going to write the exact same data. So, yeah. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so I don't want to necessarily just overwrite the data. The chance of the version being off is less, but realistically, I'm just validating that. Well, I just want to say user is updated because it documents that I'm expecting that. If I leave the test out, then I'm not documenting anything. I'm just testing that I acquired the user and did nothing else. At least having that there. Um, Again, I'm not validating the version. I could add an extra check in here to say, okay, if it's changed, then the change is indicated by the version number being greater than what is there. That would be a way of saying, like, get out of there. But right now, I'm just going to say, well, I've already got a guard on it. So if it's less than or equal to, then bail out. So it's never going to come in here with the version being anything other than greater than. So it just seems futile to do it that way. So we should be able to run this now. I'm gonna get the test passing before I do all the merges and commits because that's kind of the thing. That's the necessary thing to have working. I don't want all the tests failing. I've already got some challenges with the CI/CD pipelines. Well, the GitHub actions when I don't have a CI/CD pipeline yet because deploying this is going to be its own set of challenges. Okay, this is probably similar stuff. Update membership status. Update membership status failed. Value cannot be null tenants. Okay. Okay. So is this a tenant membership? Tenant memberships. Tenant. I've got a feeling this is. Why is this failing now? This is a recent test. So this is more in the traditional style of arrange after 30 inside of a method. What you'll notice if you're looking at my unit tests is I have a bunch where there's a method for arrange and a method for act, and then my actual tests are just validating the actual the pieces, and that's okay for me. I'm okay with that style of doing things. So yeah. Um, okay, so we have update membership, no reference exception, null argument, null exception. Updating membership status. Uh, Result. I don't do anything with results. That's kind of negated, but yeah. Tenant identifier tag is identifier. So tenant. Uh, yeah. So tenant. Tenant.update membership. Let's have a look. Debug. Tenant is null. Interesting. Oh, you know why? Because I have a different thing there. That is decaf coffee, yes. I am allowed one a day. I'm allowed a little caffeine. I'm just not allowed to have a normal regular cup of caffeine. So I keep an eye on my heart rate, keep an eye on the thing. So yeah, is and it's also dunking coffee, so it's basically water. Uh, I've been tempting it a little bit because I want some. I miss the flavor of coffee. I like coffee flavor. Um, so I've been kind of pushing it out a little bit. So this is because that is the spec that I'm looking at, right? It, that should do differently now. That should behave differently. That's weird. This erroring. It's not actually erroring. It's having issues with. See if it runs. What game are you playing today, by the way? Expected to receive no call. So this is again update user. When changes made to permissions, users are not updated. This is something else where I've got rid of that expectation. So update my profile. Again, pretty much always updates the user. No, it should actually say unavailable. I'm also working with Belly fans. I did some stuff on Belly. Nice. Nice. That's cool. Apparently, I had 23 views on YouTube today, so people have been checking out the stream. What are your thoughts on agentic engineering, and would you have any suggestion on what junior devs could focus on in this AI era? I'm probably not the best person to ask about agentic engineering. It's not something that I'm a big fan of. I use it. Well, I use basic LLM stuff. I wouldn't say I use agentic engineering at this point. I know how to use Claude. I can get Claude to do updates to code, etc. The thing I would always promote is you still need to know how to write code. You still need to understand how systems are built. Relying solely on the tools to do the job is not where you want to be. Because if you don't understand what it's building, how do you possibly check what it's building? So I would continue to make sure you write real code where possible. A lot of companies are focusing very heavily on the, use the tools, but I think there's a balance. For me, my balance here is I write a lot of this code. I use Claude, and just for reference, I do use Claude to talk about Kaizu. I'm trying to not show stuff that I do not. I can't show it in a second. But I do use Claude for. I have a project in there that I use it to discuss and keep track of. So if you're analyzing a code base, I definitely think that's a way of using the tooling. I think people like maybe, and I would say if you want to see, I'll talk about people that are using it in interesting ways. Maybe it's building code bases with um, focusing on the rule sets and understanding how the code's built and understanding what's being built. And that's still a talent that you should still keep an eye on as you are trying to build that skill set out. Because I think that companies are starting to hit that point of realizing, oh, we actually need people to understand how systems are built. We actually need people to understand how architecture is designed and how processes come together. We can't just say, "Here, go do magic," and have it do things, and have it be stable in the long term. So yes, I would advise keeping your skill set sharp on how to actually develop code alongside learning how to use those tools. I think it would be a mistake as a junior developer in 2026 to not understand how to use the tools. I think that's something you should definitely practice and learn more about and keep an eye on. I think that is a modern skill set. Um, I'm just old and cantankerous, so I, I'm not. If I don't have to use them right this second, I'm not going to do it. Um, but yeah, are you recent graduate, Chino? Are you just starting out on your path? What are your thoughts on it so far, and how are you using it as well? That's be good to know. Changes are made is if the location identifier changed or the name changed. Yes, that's a user profile change. I don't use tenant identifier here because I know this is a per user thing. Test is failing because expected to when changes made to permissions. user is not updated. When change is made to permissions. That's not actually a test anymore, is it? Because that's not the same thing. So when email is changed, email is updated. That's pretty much the simplest test I could possibly do, and it's still failing. Update my profile. Email is not actually updatable though. You can't update email. It's a identity. That's a bad test. That's a lie in the system, right? That leaves a lie. That test being there tells a lie. When username is changed, you can't change permissions that way anymore. This is how you fix unit tests. You delete them. Tell me 71 tests are failing in tickets. Tell me I had that many tests around it. I thought it's 71. No, not 4 tests. Okay. Tickets is a system I should probably just remove. My thoughts are be wary of the robots. They want to steal your class. Yeah, I mean, Rusty, I do have a Discord. If you are interested, you are more than welcome to join the Discord. If you want to talk about any of that stuff, I'm happy to try and people like maybe and other senior developers and developers of all experiences are in there that may be able to give you some more advice there. But yeah, if you're still there, I'm very interested in learning how are you using AI right now and agentic engineering, or whatever the term is this week, or the how we're using the tools. Um, Actually, this week I actually got a little frustrated because I had this up and running, right? And I'm okay with it making changes, but then it went back to the agents, and I could spawn multiple processes at once, and it did everything in separate work trees. And I'm like, I've not used work trees this way. I don't know how to do this. I don't want to change my way of working right this second. I don't want to go off and learn something like that at this point. It's just too much of it. This is annoying. Um, and yeah, so having it go off and do multiple things at once is not something I'm getting my head around very easily yet. So, thanks for the answer. Graduated a couple months into my first proper dev job. On one hand, I feel it's super important to keep learning about system design, architecture, clean code, etc. On the other, it feels super important to keep with all the agentic stuff. Similar to what you said, using AI to navigate code bases has been extremely helpful, especially when pairing it with an agent brain. But yeah, it feels super easy to just get stuck on what to learn next. That will always be the case. If you're in an organization though that is letting you still code and use the AI appropriately, and you're being encouraged by your leads to still write code, definitely take that opportunity. That's definitely something you should continue to do, and see how seniors are working with the code, um, and how they're using the tools. I'm a big fan of pairing. I'm a big fan of sharing knowledge and growth that way. So, uh, but the thing to remember is not to just let your brain rot and just let it do everything for you. I personally find it extremely dull when I just have Claude doing stuff. I do not find it entertaining. I do not take any reward from what it produces. It feels empty when it does. Like the UI on Kaizu, it does look nice, and I'm kind of happy with it overall for what it is. Does it look like a great product? No, it looks like a product though. But I don't take any pride in what it's producing so far. I take pride in the features being there because that's still what I'm building. Um, but when it just goes off and does stuff, I'm like, yeah. So there's little benefit in this piece at this point. I'm thinking what I'm going to do is I might just delete tickets. But I don't want to do it because there was a lot of work in there, and tickets is still something that I want to do. Tickets, the idea of tickets in this system is that I put a support system on this, and support is another method of driving through, right? Not everything comes from an initiative, not everything comes from an idea. Some things come from a support request. So they go in from support to implementation. They might not even go through planning at all. So but having that traceability, having that ability for another system to say, hey, by the way, this occurred, you need to pick it up, and it is something you need to deal with is very important. So um yeah, I'm debating. I might just mark the tests as skipped right this second. So I commented out the code because there's too much involved in changing this. um is it skip or is it, it's not obsolete. um uh, String skip. Okay, yeah. Test is, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna mark these tests as skips so that I know that they're there. Um, okay, so that should work. I mean, I really do hope that any new developers in 2026 do have the support of people and the ability to um, learn how to code. Because I think again, like the architecture stuff, the design, that's stuff you don't learn to do in day one of development, right? Those are, you don't learn those things in college properly because they're not, you don't have any firm um, reasons to create things. You learn them on the job. If developers are just relying solely on development tool on AI tools to develop those things, how are you going to build those skills? You can't just go back and say, "Hey Claude, tell me about how this is designed," because none of it will make sense because you don't have the experience of doing it and implementing it. So I think that's a challenge that still needs to be overcome as we grow. Um, and yes, I can see a world in which it doesn't matter. Like architecture as a whole doesn't matter, but then I'm still looking back on years of seeing systems that have been developed in that way, where it's just kind of like throw enough stuff at the wall and see what sticks. That it leaves me concerned that the systems that have been developed will not be fit for purpose, and they'll be difficult to maintain, even if you're using LLMs to maintain them. So, yeah, I think it's, I retain the right to wear my tinfoil hat in what LLMs are doing for us. So, yes, no update is made to user. So, and I'm happy to, if anyone in the chat, if anyone listening has any different opinions of that, I'm happy to listen to conversations about this. It's not that I'm completely dismissive. I am open to learning, changing my ways. I have definitely adapted to use LLMs. But right now, I found my balance. Okay, so this is saying when no changes to user data management. So this is the other side. This is the actual. Well, it's the same code, but on a different direction. When no changes to user data. Concerning update user. Did I just change this? Did not receive. No call to user permissions is made. This test is invalid again. This is the problem we're not doing TDD. TDD would allow me to review these things as I go, but at the same time, yeah, updating users. Okay, let's see if tests run. I think I have this automatically running. I think that actually automatically ran that then. Okay, tests are. The tests that I care about are passing. Again, those ones down there. Yeah, let's skip. Okay. Tests. Well, none of these changes matter without them, so it's fine. That's the too big a commit, but it's fine. This was all about getting title included on user. That's fine. I think we're at a good point. So I hope everyone is having a good weekend. If you are working on, again, if you're working on projects yourself, if you want to share projects, if you want people to look at them, if you want people to kind of help you with code feedback, or you want to, then I'm happy with a bit of self promotion. You're more than welcome to share projects and ideas and thoughts and questions. The Discord is there as well if you need them. You're leaving us to see. I'm not leaving yet. I'm still happily coding here. I'm just going to merge these things and then talk about the next phase. It just might be a little bit more design thought than it might than code. I'm not leaving you though. I'm sticking around for a while. But I'm just trying to make sure that I keep saying my messages, that I keep doing the things that bots would normally do that I don't have because I'm lazy and don't want to mess around with bot code when I could be writing this. But I think it's important when I'm writing something like this that looks intimidating to people if they've not used to seeing this sort of stuff, that they know that they can still talk about it. I'm not expecting everyone to be in here when, oh, I'm a senior engineer, I can do all this. Okay, so again, too many things. I'm doing too many things. I'm falling into the trap of letting myself address too many things in individual commits, and that's not healthy. I need to keep myself. The problem with solo dev is trying to work on little pieces and move on is really time consuming. Because normally you've got that gate of someone's got a PR review it, you got to plan it out and do all those things. When you're doing it as a solo dev, it's like, oh, I need to change that. Like the table, I changed the table before. I didn't need to change the table in this, but I didn't want to lose track of that now, so I did it in line. But it creates big unnecessary commits. Introduce card for profile. Align deliverables table design. User management table. It's cleaner. What else did we do there? We did. Yeah, that might be it. Oh, but introduce you profile. That's kind of it. That's fine. Commit and push that. So just going to do some PRs, get them merged, and then we can do that. The one thing I need to remember to do is before I do the PRs, I actually need to run the application again because I have a GitHub webhook. And if I'm not running it when that happens, the event won't the event won't fire. Actually, let me just do not that one to remove. Need to get this off screen. I go into spam. You're gonna have to be careful Otherwise, you get access to my secrets and get access to webhooks. Now it should be listening even if I don't run it, so that's good. There's a web client for SME, and if that's running, I think it picks up the events. But if it's not running and my app isn't running, nothing picks up the events. So it's like, yeah. So if I have this running now, what's going to happen is, did it again. Work? Nope. How do you do it? What's the magic? There you go. What's the you're a loser sign? I think that frames it. Something like that. It should zoom in or something like that with the goalposts. No, they do it. There's a couple of hand gestures you can do that apparently make the camera work. Anyway, that's for another day, I think. So with it running, which I can have everything now while it's still building. It's still going to GitHub with it running. I hate that I have to consider my words so I don't sound like AI. Oh no. Well, isn't that the assumption now? The assumption is you're using AI. So that's the default. Yeah. Tenant settings. So GitHub is connected, right? So that just means it's connected, not that it's actually running and the service is running. So what I do is I have SME running. SME is a web proxy, and then all that says is that I've linked my to my GitHub account, and that will actually to a GitHub app, and that app will now watch all repositories and get events from those repositories. You liked my post whilst you were streaming. Did I? When? Focus. Yeah. Okay. So that's running. So now what I can do is I can go over to here, go to um, so if I go to my repositories and go to Liquid Sky, well, I apologize. I will focus. I will do a better job and do a compare and pull request on this one. I'll say github.com to develop Liquid Sky prereqs. Let's just make sure. Let's make sure prereqs. There we go. There's a change there. Location ID. Okay. So each one of these has a branch, right? If I go into Kaizu and I go to the progress on profile cards, I can see that LSP4 has 3 branches. That's these projects I'm about to bring up now. So that's Liquid Sky Prereqs and DVD Develop, GitHub.com, Liquid Sky. These are all private repos. Liquid Sky is not open source, or Kaizu is not open source. There are libraries associated with it that are, but yeah, it is not an open source project, sadly. That being said, I stream it so that I can share what I'm building, why I'm building it, etc. You're more than welcome to ask questions about it. You're more than welcome. I'm happy to show stuff on stream. So if you want to dig more into it, if you understand why I'm doing things or how I'm doing things, there's a lot of technology and architecture underneath It's not just a straight shot right through. There's a lot of events and things that go on. You're more than welcome to ask questions. Let's see what it does. Let's get a summary of this thing. Build me a summary. I've taken some serious rendering time. 101 files, 21 files, 118 files. Yeah. The tenant user entity, all its references have been removed and replaced with tenant membership. All application logic, such as user invitation, user registration, and membership updates now operate on tenant membership. So one thing I'm going to have to do is once I get this all merged and running again, I'm going to have to check all those pathways, because I think I've probably introduced a lot more. I've probably regressed in a lot of ways on user sign up at that point. Specifications and commands have been updated to reference tenant membership. Introduce tenant membership, publish to publish membership. Refactor the application host style to modularize service and gateway configuration, introducing gateway extensions and updating how modules are registered. Removed obsolete folders and cleaned up project files for better maintainability. Not totally wrong. Create that pull request. Tenant users table is renamed to tenant membership. User invitations table is refactored. The tenant user ID column is replaced by direct tenant ID and user ID columns. Yes. That stopped an unnecessary join that was painful. Read model and view enhancements, user view and user profiles, user update to source is active from tenant membership instead of the removed user level flag. Permission views added to expose, preference data, new cities reference table, cities view. That's what is command is updated documentation to output to a file. Tenant membership, user model refactors. Yep. Create pull request. UI improvements use hover cards and labels. Yep. Added comprehensive storybook stories for user label component, user profile card component. Clarify the distinction between apply server, update, and merge enriched. Added a profile route and keyboard shortcut to quickly navigate. Does that actually work? Control Shift P. It does. It's keyboard friendly. You can do Control K and you can actually navigate the site by that. I forget that behavior, but you can navigate at least into the top level pieces by keyboard. So yeah, you can be planning Control K. I think these need to be nested differently, but yeah. Full SSH when? Five Alive. Hello, how you doing? What do you mean full SSH when? In reference to what? Hello. Okay, so we've got some PRs. These are not going to be, I'm not going to do a comprehensive review of these things. I need them merged. This is more to keep going through the process. I had to remove my integration with SonarCube because you're allowed 25,000 lines of free code review on SonarCube, and I surpassed that weeks ago. So yeah, Kaizu is a bit bigger than that. So I think Kaizu is somewhere like 28,000 lines at this point. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, I refactored a lot of stuff. I'm not going to go through it. I'm just going to merge it, go through that process. Merge without waiting for requirements to be met. That's fine. Bypass rules and squash and merge. That's fine. Squash and merge. Oh, we need one more. We want to forget TBD develop foundation. So foundation has what is referred to as shared kernel. It's not shared kernel. It's core, or it's It's an incorrect naming that I should fix sooner rather than later. Merge. So I'm going to leave the branches here because I'm going to manage that from local. How you doing today, Five Alive? What are you up to on this amazing Saturday? Yeah, E security rating. Shocking. That security rating is not actually caused by anything code-wise. It's caused by something configuration-wise. It's caused by me having development passwords in there. Which, as of right this second, I actually do have an almost answer for that one, but that's actually the biggest cause of that security rating. Okay, so they're all merged. Okay, so what I should see is if I go into boards. Now, the weird thing here is, oh yeah, there's the 2 PRs done. This should catch up in a second. Now, if I do PRs, that's weird. Why do you do that? Oh, you reverted. Why are you opening automatically? That's annoying. Okay, we're gonna review that bug in a second because that's driving me nuts. Oh, there you go, it caught up. So what happened there is, for some reason, when I dragged it across, it refreshed or something happened and it pulled it back across to in progress. But then the event caught up on the other side. This is the eventual consistent nature of the design, right? The event caught up, published the signal R event to say, yep, this is updated now, and it moved it to the right space as it updated its data. That is not funny. Interesting. Merged. Okay. So what I should be able to do now is go to delivery and go here. And this shows yellow because there are multiple branches and they exist in different states. So it's not saying that's finished yet because this particular task is not fully finished. Interesting. Let's just refresh the screen and see what happens. Ooh. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about that right now. I can actually see the event in GitHub, so I can actually go and see it if I want to. Foundation. There was no branch on foundation. That's a good point. We need to add. What do I add in there in terms of data? It's the question. So in the view, do I actually have public tables, GitHub, task branches? I do not record. Oh, I do. I do have the repo full name. What's interesting there is there is a branch against Foundation, but Foundation did not get picked up as LSP for user memberships. There was no Foundation branch there. That should have got picked up. But we do have full name. Interesting. Um, Query. Tasks. Tasks. Branches. How much do I expose? Repo full name. I do. I do display it. Branch name. I do have it. I can display it. Awesome. That's good news. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to stop running. It's going to be painful. Okay, it recovered. That's fine. We're then going to fetch the changes. And then we're going to update development. Now that will update development on both those branches. It will, because they're common. They aren't diverged, so it will update both. Well, we're going to update that. There is no development for deployment at this point. There's no. It's just so much to keep managed that I just have main. So development is not valid for that one. Refresh it. Did I pull you? Automatic fetch. Update that. Has anybody else worked with work trees yet in GitHub? I feel like work trees are a side effect of LLMs. Like they feel like they are because of LLMs. But yeah. Like it feels like they're naturally that way because you can go off and have multiple things in work trees. They're they're full branches of the code as well. Those best not are committed. No, they're ignored. They're ignored. Okay, that's okay. That would be my own stupid fault if I committed them. But they aren't because of LLM. What do they? How do you use them in a normal workflow then? So you can work on multiple things at once, use them all the time to work on entire separate things, but without creating branches. Trying to get my head around that workflow. They are branches. Hmm. Okay. I'll have to. A single repo only has a single branch type at one time. Yes. How do you work on multiple branches at once? I try not to because I keep screwing them up. I genuinely try to avoid working. I mean, I know I've just done exactly that in one big branch, but I try not to. Yeah. I really do try and focus on small pieces of work that I can move forward from in a quick way. I get that that's not as feasible. I get that that is a benefit of working in a certain way. Yeah. Okay, so you'd make multiple clones and work on things. Okay, but you work on you clone it and branch. You'd have multiple branches in place at once. But work trees, but the work trees behave differently. So you can have. So if I have one branch, so I have feature USB. I don't think Rider gives me the ability to do work trees necessarily. Oh, there you go. They are branches. Okay, I see it. Is it just how they track the changes, etc.? Interesting. Maybe I'll have to explore more then. Apex, hello. How are you doing? It has been a while. I meant to reach out to you the other day and ask how you're doing. I've seen you obviously playing Siege. I've heard your voice. It's just a workflow to allow concurrent access to multiple branches. Okay. Maybe it's just because it just doesn't fit with the way I work, right? So maybe it's something to explore. Okay. So what we need to do right this second is we need to check out this. We need to make sure we update just to make sure, doubly check that we're about to delete a branch. And then what I do is I go and delete this. And when I delete it, it'll offer to delete the track branch. And when I hit delete track branch, it will go and actually remove this piece. So now that branch has been deleted from the remote as well. I'm not listening to GitHub Copilot comments right this second. So it's the workflow tool. Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm going to work more streams again. Things are calming down, so I'll get back into it. Nice. Nice. Similar here. Let's do this. Update that. I did that already, I think. Yeah. Check out. So the scary point. Now it makes sense why it uses work trees, though. When the LLM goes off and does stuff, it creates, when Claude runs multiple agents, which I've kind of told it not to do because it was confusing me, it creates a branch or a work tree for that particular piece. So it's got the changes. I can access the changes, but I'm so used to having it make the changes and then me upload them that I'm okay. Okay. That makes more sense. Maybe for me, if I jump around with ideas and whatnot all the time, it's more convenient to have multiple sets of files all independent rather than stashing and swapping branches constantly in a single repo, especially when they run common. Well, that's kind of where I was thinking about. Like, it does seem to handle these files changed in this work tree and these files changed in this work tree. But if you want to switch between them, you don't have files lingering from one in the other, where branches you do. So if you have a branch and you haven't committed things yet, the work trees solve that problem. No worries, Apex. Thank you for the look. Have a good one. I'll have to try using them, I suppose. I really will have to try using them just to see. My assumption, because I've not been keeping an eye on how GitHub has evolved or Git has evolved. So my assumption was that they kind of seem to have appeared at the same time, more frequently used as LLMs have made the thing. And Claude, when it went off and did it did 3 different things the other day and created work trees for all of them. There's working on different local repos. Okay. Maybe a different way of working is available to me. Okay, so we're back on development. That should all be cleaned up. That should be cleaned up. Yep. So I shouldn't have lingering branches everywhere. Still got that one, that's fine. That's fine. And then the last one is deploy. Main, check out. Just one more update. Update to make sure. I'm paranoid about deleting the branch when I'm working this way. But I also don't like the idea of leaving branches sat on the remote. That bugs me more. Work trees make sense for agents because if you're working on multiple things in parallel, it's the only way. But work trees are all managed centrally. Yeah, so like I said, I had Claude go and do something today, and I was like, "You didn't make changes." I think it was on the UI one, right? And it said, yeah, I've done them. Here you go. I refuse to give it. I refuse to give it access to GitHub to do pushes and merges and stuff for me. So it was like, no, I can't do it. So just work the way I want you to work right this second. I'm fine. But it felt painful to the point of, okay, I've probably got to learn more about how to do those things efficiently if I'm going to continue to work with these tools. So you can just have it merged to a lot. Yeah, but because I won't give it permissions, it wouldn't do it. It made the brand, it made the work tree, but it's like I don't have permissions to do the rest. How did it make a work tree if it's not allowed to do the merge and whatnot? Huh, interesting. We'll get that. But that said, this is dangerous to have these sat around, so let's make cannot delete branch used by word tree. They'll draw reopen. What? Delete. Cannot delete branch word tree uses. Why? Is that because I didn't create them? But to your point, they are full on clones. I get it. Okay. They're just managed. So you can clone them. Why can't you? Yeah, I'll worry about that one later. Anyway, make sure everything runs still. You could set up your own Git hosting setup, like Gitira, Forgio, or whatnot. Then let clankers go crazy there, submitting PRs and reviewing each other's PRs. Then from there, push to Git. Yeah, that does make sense. That definitely does make sense. I was 25 to 6. Like crap. Um, this streaming thing really goes fast when you're not paying attention to the time. This is twice the length of any stream I've done recently. Um, yeah. So what I have right this second is I managed to get this second machine set up, and I have everything. I'm doing SSH dev, so everything's running on this B-Link machine, uh, which means that I can shut off this framework machine and go and sit on my laptop and sit in the living room. So that was a big thing for me to be able to do. So I've enjoyed doing it that way. Claude right now is not running. Claude is running as a container focused on only a single directory because I didn't want it. I wanted to keep it under control a little bit more. So I trusted it. So that's running as a Docker container on that machine. When I start Claude Code, um, it's working directory is only that project. So I start it on. If I start it on the Liquid Sky one, I use it for analysis. That is not. That's I see where that would be helpful then, because then you can have the local Git. It does everything that way, and then I only have one branch that I actually have the remote to push to GitHub. Kind of seeing how that would work. So much to do, so little time, and so stubborn that I'm not going to use tools that make it faster because I don't learn anything from it if I do it. So anyway, that's running. Let's see. Make sure everything's up and running properly. Okay, so we have releases. That's still. Is that going to do that every time? Let's see. No, because don't use it there. Why is it signed user? This is one downside to the way I've got this set up, though. Because I have it running as a Docker container on another machine, it cannot access GitHub because it can't launch that because it's completely isolated from there, which means I can't get that behavior to it very quickly. Does it disappear quickly? It almost has been. Do this in the task details screen. I'm willing to make this as a quick change on the task detail on the development branch is fine. Firstly, the signed user should show as the badge with the username for the screen. The badge. Also, the task detail openness behaves with the user. Let me address this. Okay. And it's this sort of stuff I'm trying to practice with this. I'm trying to make sure that I'm testing what I'm doing, make sure I'm, because so right now, this particular piece is done, right? The tasks are done for it, right? Um, the the actual item is no longer done. So what next? That's the challenge, right? They're all done. What does it mean? Because there's no completion status here. So that's what I'm missing. I need it to now say, okay, this is actually completed. The tasks appearing here is one thing. So that shows complete. It's weird that the third branch didn't get updated. We'll worry about that afterwards. But what we need here is deliverable. Uh, Enhancements. Yeah, yes. Enhancements. Improve small feature issues throughout. Side project, back end and front end. Actually, primarily front end. Ooh, that wasn't good. What happened then? Oh, Claude's changing the code in the background. That's fine. We'll come back to that in a second. Deliverables. There you go. Okay, so that's behaving slightly better. What did it do? The hover card auto opens because the dialog programmatically focuses the trigger on open and focus shows the card. Gate focus opening to genuine keyboard focus, which programmatic mouse focus doesn't match. Interesting. Assign user now shows avatar and username. In the task detail screen, the assigned user is rendered as app user label, which only draws the initials badge. I switched it to the same avatar plus name pattern the other screens all use. So that's just app user label. So that's useful in things like this, where we just need the badge to fill the user, but you still can bring up the information. And Profile overlay no longer auto opens when the dialog opens. Fixing user hover card component. Yes, ignore focus that isn't genuine keyboard focus. Okay. If event type equals focus and this.host.native element matches focus visible, ignore programmatic focus. A dialog autofocus this trigger when it opens. Only genuine keyboard focus matches focus visible. So mouse and programmatic focus no longer pop the card open on their own. That seems weird. So that changed it from an app user label to an app user hover. Switched out the component. And the user hover card does that now. Which looks like it behaves as I intended. Right, so open up LSB4. We now have an assigned user. Copy the email. That's quite jarring. I don't know why that event didn't get there. Let's see. While we're doing this, let's do this. Yeah, when displaying GitHub branches. The available tools. Issues. So let's add display. How do we want to display that? We want to display that underneath the branch name. Is there there is a repository icon, right? Let's let Claude decide that one. We'll give it a go. I was going to make these two small tweaks, get these committed on the development branch. Again, the benefit of being the only developer on here is that I don't risk screwing up other people, right? Okay, so I'm just letting it churn at this point. Oof. No, that was the wrong choice. Chat. Currently saying just asking for a bit of a assistance there. The so it's the client one that didn't merge. So which one is the client? prereqs. Sky. Foundation. Foundation. Prereqs. I'm actually not seeing the event for. Interesting. What's the point in what I'm looking at is, and I can't show it on stream because it reveals a bit too much. But I'm trying to look for the push. So the way the PR stuff works is when I get an event, so I have a GitHub service that's running, and this GitHub service sits here, the webhook processor, and SME is kind of it's set up as a client to communicate between this and back and forth, so I don't actually have to have a public service. If this was running on a website, the webhook could come in here, but I have a webhook processor and I have different events, right? So a pull request comes in here. A push you can have created and deleted, and it will deal with all the pushes. So a push, when you have uh, a deleted, so there is a delete event and there's a push with a delete on a branch, which is weird. Um, so there is an event that we'll get for push, and one of those pushes should be for the client. And what I'm struggling to see, oh, there we go, there it is. So what I can do is I can refire that push. There's no harm. It's idempotent, etc. Right? It's idempotent, so it should just be received again. And if it works, this would actually update in real time because there's a signal R event to trigger it. Doesn't look like one's been picked up. Oh, client ng was updated. Deleted that. It's been done. Oh, oh, that wasn't what I expected that to be. Well, it did a thing. It didn't do the right thing, but it did a thing. And that's all that matters. Uh, okay, so we need to finish this up, and I'm running out of time at this point because obviously I've got other things I need to do. Um, let's see. Let's get this last piece implemented. So that's good. That's good. That's good. They're all merged. We're at a point where we can pick up other stuff. Kind of like that. Then group by repository. Uh, this is a side quest. This is a side quest I probably shouldn't go down, but it is something that just cleans it up. Interesting that that got deleted though. Um, I believe what should have shown there is it should have shown a strike through, and all of them should have shown a strike through. So suggest the events didn't come in the event in the order they expected there, which is a challenge. Because what I can do is I can repush events, right? So I can say, uh, that one, that one, that one. It will screw with the screen, but it will. Yeah, they're processing. So now that's marked as deleted. Now I thought marked as deleted shows a strike through, not not just completely gone off the screen, which is a problem. Yeah, there you go. That's what it should have done. Interesting. So I've obviously got some more tweaking there to do in terms of the ordering of events of those things because it deals with things. Let's charge. Okay. So that's an interesting way to join a stream. Hope you are well. Sure, we are considered in a similar way. So let's do. Just change this a little bit. Please review. The branches. Do the names of branches that are deleted. It is right that they were marked as deleted. I just don't know why that other branch disappeared. That's going to bug me a little bit because there should still be three branches here. They should be struck through, and they should all have the green badge because they were merged. Those events do come in from GitHub. Um, if I cannot, so my assumption and the way it's designed to do it is they kind of stack. They're independent actions, right? They don't. If the events come out of sequence, the data I need from each event is specific to the action I'm taking. So they should have stacked, and these did because I just relaunched the events in a different order. Yeah, that's a challenge. That's a challenge to overcome. For anyone new to the stream, anyone joining the stream, I am currently working on Kaizu. Kaizu is my project management planning application that I've been putting time into the last couple of years. Recently, I've been adding, the last couple of weeks, I've been adding more detail to the users so that I can actually produce more detailed information and show the productivity stuff. So you can go and see a team, you can see what teams they're on. A developer, you can see what teams they're on. That's the basic right the second. And then you can see where they are. So, you know, what time zone, etc. So if I go over here and I say that Jeffrey is in Los Angeles, right? Now, when I go and save that, um, magic, grouping only, pull up minus step version. So now when I go into, in theory, when I go into a card, look at Jeffrey, it will eventually show that he's in Los Angeles. That's because it's not updated back yet, and I'm not pulling. Yeah, so he's showing Los Angeles now, and it's 14:58 local time. So that gives you the ability to see where they are in the world, so you know what time it is for them. Is a useful feature. So what I was doing before I did this is I was about to create a deliverable, which is a bunch of UI UX tweaks, which I have then kind of started to tackle. Not the best idea, but yeah. Let's see how this looks in a second. But if you have any questions, thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, you're more than welcome to join in the conversation. Hello, Loki. Hey, buddy. Go on, go check on Emma. Okay. I've got Claude going over design in the background, so I'm just going to give it a second to finish it. What I need to do is go through and start designing out the next phase, the next piece, and that's going to be a challenge. So from here, I need to be able to define an event I want to track. So tasks were added, right? So I want to track, okay, when tasks were added, how do I respond to that event? How do I understand that a task was added? Right now, I mean, there is a task is added to the system. I'm dealing with this from a notifications perspective. I've got to be able to define a this is going to be very hard for me to visualize at the same time as describing. So, oh yeah, that looks much better. Yes, that I like. I do like that design. That is much neater. Um, I'm still frustrated that the one disappeared, but we'll get there. Baby steps. Um, yes. Okay. So, tell you what, let me get. I don't think I made any. There's no server changes. There's only client changes. So we're good there. Clean up branch display. Include actual repository name and show full branch task detail while not auto open profile pop up. Okay, I'm okay with them going in development. It is a perfectly fine change to make. It's a positive direction. It's a minor thing that doesn't introduce any major defects. So what I need to get to, so there's a few things I need to get to, but I don't think I'm going to worry about this right this second because I think it displays what I needed to display. Obviously, this is now completed, right? In essence, it's completed. But I don't have an ability to mark this as done. This doesn't allow you once it's gone to a certain stage, it doesn't let you edit the deliverable to change the status because it's actually a kind of an end state, right? What should happen is that should say, "Oh, you finished everything. you want to mark it as complete, and I've removed that ability. Actually, that should be an alert rather than an actual thing. But anyway, what I need to do is be able to go into a card and watch it. So we do have some definition here. Sample. Oh, it's in the backlog. That's why it's this one. So I'm planning this out. So I need to be able to. So the intention is that I should be able to define a notification on a thing happening, and when do I get told about that thing happening. I'm trying to generalize it so that I can not hard code a bunch of stuff. If okay, can select to be notified and set parameters. So the design I'm thinking of here is similar to the watch. When you open this screen, instead of having notifications disabled, this will have no notifications enabled, like there'd be nothing here. You have an add notification button. At that point, when you add a notification, it says, okay, what do you want to be told about? And what I'm thinking of is ideas, new drawing. Thinking of notifications, you get notifications, extra large, and you get a box, and you get a, I think there's actually a control library somewhere that I can use that do a better job of this, but you get how good I am at this artwork stuff. Um, you get a control, and that control is notification type. And in here, you might have status changed. You might have because you're on a deliverable right a second, so everything's focused on this particular thing. So you might say status initiative. I could do that every time I move this screen over here so I can see. You'd think I'd know this after 2 years of working with this. Review date. So these are simple fields. These are simple values that I can check, and I have changes pipeline that already does this. And in theory, and I haven't looked at this in a while, so this would be a good moment. In theory, what happens is as changes get produced, you see there's no changes database in here. But in theory, what should happen is all right, change to view. There you go. See, in theory, it will tell me, oh, this changed. So it'll tell me the status. The state was before was ready for review. Now it's with development. It was on version 5 before, now it's 7. I don't know why that's. That's probably because 2 events hit and it took the latest one and ignored the other one. So yeah, this will give me a detail of what changed on that object every time, and you can see that right now this is showing me associated by user identifier because I don't have detail changes in here. I don't think, but there is an actual process running on changes. The pipeline will enrich the change and add users and usernames and stuff like that. So that runs independently. So this is great, right? I have the ability to record these changes, and I can say, oh, yeah, before. That's interesting. It's jumping the version 2 in every single case. That suggests I'm changing 2 things at once, and it's tracking the version on both. It doesn't matter. It just means I'm artificially accelerating that. Yeah, the state of there is changed. So these right now are all deliverables. They're changing in multiple ways, right? So it's already doing this for me. So from a design perspective, tracking status change, initiative change, review date change, that's great. But what if I want to check on come on, task added? So when I select this, gonna do background, it's there, fill is that. Send backward. There you go. So when I do that, I actually want to do a little bit more. And let's move my wonderful control out of the way. In this event, what I need to do is say, this is more than just a piece of value changing. I'm actually looking for associated data changing. So I need to record which deliverable I'm caring about and actually, it might not be that bad. It might be just parameter data right this second on a change goes into, this is hard to show, local collections. Have we? Do I not have it? Oh, there you go. Changes, communications, outbox pipelines, and pipelines outbox. Okay, so changes is actually capturing the last version of that entity. Right, so I only have 5 deliverables, so it's tracking the last version of that ID. Communications is tracking that's a data nightmare. We'll worry about that later. Yeah, there we go. Is the change details. So again, why I'm storing it in Mongo, it's a bit quicker. I'm storing flat objects. I'm storing objects, and then if I change the shape or the data I'm storing, it doesn't break everything that came before it. All that's still valid. All the comparisons there, so I don't need to worry about it. But yeah, you can see here I'm saying after and before, and this tracks not just, this will track arrays of objects. This will track all sorts of stuff, so I can put different data shapes in it. So yeah, last updated, the requirements changed on the object. So Uh, I did hurt him. That's completely unintentional. Could have helped it. Let's change. Do you want to change anything about that message? Do you want to? Are you just trolling? Are you? Let's charge. Sorry. Come on, change on the brain. Hey, it's Litany. How you doing? How are things? Okay, so too bad it's an impressive setup with PM software. It's getting there. It's getting there. I gotta keep an eye on how much I change. Um, yeah. So I don't know how long you've been around. I can catch up on your VODs. It's been good to follow. Nice, nice. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Things are being built. Things are changing. Um, bit by bit, day by day. Well, um, so I just cleaned up the GitHub stuff a bit. Was the last thing I did. But what I'm talking about right this second is I'm talking about how do I introduce a more enriched um, change system. So, idea being that I can say, okay, I care about this field, and here's what I care about with it. And this actually works right now. Um, this is going to be actually a hard one to change when it comes to it, but well, I'm going to overuse the heck out of that word. But oh, how does this work again? Features. It's been so long since it's been in the system that I've not actually kept up to date with this piece. Shared components. Page. I don't know what I'm looking for. I just don't know what I'm looking for. Behaviors, date range grouping. That's an old one. Not shared there. Either way, I can do it. But so the concept is one of when I do this, I actually have a control for this particular thing. So when I say include parameters here, these pieces of data are captured dynamically and sent to the API as an object rather than being a. So I define a control for this particular piece. So it allows me to define. Um, actually designed it so it would pull in the right things from Angular's perspective, so I can build these things up. But this new one, this would be a pop-up or a dialog or whatever that would say, hey, here's what the notification is I'm adding, and here's how I want to be notified, and it would be added to a list. So in the task added situation, if I'm looking for an event occurring, or that might be tasks added rather than task added, then I'm going to get asked, um, Do you want um, daily? So sorry, immediate, daily, weekly notifications, and do you want um, push, email? We're not getting to SMS. I'm not starting to screw around with SMS services yet, but you could potentially add SMS in there. So let's show SMS in there. So I left off the include parameters. It would do. So if I left off the include parameters, it would do any status change. Would it also fire off every change or group them together? I.e., user moves a status for each of the 5 status types, for example. Would that then notify us 5 times? So that's kind of what I'm working on in a second. I'm trying to work on the debounce thing, essentially the debounce thing. So there is an actual workflow of I do have where are you? Where are you? Architecture notifications for. So I actually do have um, I actually have kind of a Saga process that runs. So as things fire, I can actually debounce them. So in that event where I said, oh, if it changes, and you are right, yeah. If I just leave that off, any status change on this would notify you. But I could have a debounce. So I have a Saga that says, okay, and it's not really a true Saga because it doesn't kind of run them in a background process and restore them, and so I don't have timing in there. But as another event comes in, it says, "Oh, should I actually send them this now?" So I do have some basic Saga basic behavior in there. Um, but the thing I'm looking at right this second is when I want to listen to an event, or rather a state of data associated. It's not actually a field changing, it's things have happened. How do I trigger those things? How do I notify those things? So in the case of status, I want to say, do I need to know about it immediately? Do I want a daily summary? That daily summary might say it was changed from X to Y to Z, Z to A, etc. Or you could say, to show me the current status. So I'm trying to figure out what that looks like. I do foresee me building a control per type, which is going to get kind of lengthy. But the intention is to be able to like trigger a notification, uh, and the daily and weekly would give you a summary. Oh, here's the things that happened today. So 10 tasks were added today. Whereas if you do immediate, it's like task was added, task was added, task was added, um, and then just how you get notified of that thing is a separate thing. So um, suppose that would be that. Ah, that right for this one because there's no actually there is more that you could do because you might care about it. Again, if you're refining this, you might actually care about um, projects because you might, as an extra parameter, you might only care if that task was added for a project that you care about. So again, if you leave that off, um, it does nothing to filter it. But if you put it on, that would be yeah. So like review date would be did it change, or was it set greater than a week, or was it set, too far out? Initiative would be just, did it change? Did the initiative change? Was it removed? So did it change is all you need for initiative. Status, again, like you said, like if it changes from X to Y or it changes to Y, I want to know about it. But if it doesn't, or I could say, hey, whenever it changes. So every single field that I'm going to add. So what I'm trying to figure out is, what structure do I need to put in place to be able to capture this in a way that doesn't mean that I have to write, oh, I'm doing tasks added now, so let's go and add a bunch of code to the system to track this specific case. And I don't think I can avoid that. I think that's okay. So the next thing is, where do I put it so it is a very logical place? So back to the diagram. If you've been watching the VODs, you've probably seen this more than I have. So when a task is created, it fires an integration event to Kafka. Changes does not currently deal with that, right? Because changes only listens right this second for this. So I think what we need to do, I think if I'm being honest about this, what I need to do is new branch. I don't want to spike a bunch of code because it's going to become real code. User process actor. I think this is where it's going to get confusing. So changes uses Akka. And the reason it uses Akka is because Akka will allow me to then scale out those requests. I can actually add extra processes to this to give higher throughput in the future. I've got to learn how to do some of that stuff, so it's not all sunshine and rainbows. But again, what will happen is, as a message comes in to be received here, this will dispatch that to an actor, which has its own queue, which means that this is almost immediate, and now this returns a complete task, and now the next message can come in. So if a bunch of stuff is changing, Kafka isn't the bottleneck here. The changes infrastructure receivers isn't the bottleneck. Akka is the thing I can scale out, so I can pull more processes up and have Akka process things in parallel at the same time. So obviously there's a configuration challenge there. I've got to learn how to do that, but it's kind of like having I suppose, like a message bus, a broker inside of a service. The way this works is it does it's still called planning items. That's funny. That shouldn't be called planning items. That's the old name for deliverables. By the way, the process actor here, yeah, call it deliverables, but call it planning items. Anyway, it goes and says, can I, if we actually pass straight through the integration event. We don't even bother with abstracting it here. We just pass straight through the integration, which is fine. It says, have I seen this deliverable? Called planning item. If I haven't, then let me go and publish the new actor, right? Because I haven't seen it. There's nothing to tell about changes because I've never seen it. So we go to the new actor, and that just saves it, and that's it. It just saves a copy of it in the database. So this is Mongo. And then it does go to publish change event. So it tells the publisher. And that says, there you go, here's a change event. Here's what it is. Yes, that's correct. All it does is say, hey, yep, you've got a new object. It's fine. There's no changes. It's a brand new object. So anyone listening would know that is a brand new object, and we can react to that thing. If it gets an update of an existing one, I tell it I have it. No. So again, this is very much deliverable focused. These are actors specifically for deliverables, which is fine. And again, if I'm the idempotency, or idempotency, however you want to say it, I'm trying to make sure that I don't try and process something that I've already seen or is too old. So that's probably why those version jumps, because I'm getting them out of sequence, which shouldn't happen. No, that shouldn't happen. And then I go and get the differences, and get differences is a generic behavior that goes through and looks at all the differences. And again, it's comparing them and uh, tracking out all the different objects and stuff. So this will actually go down three lists and stuff, and check to see if there's values in each list, etc. So it will kind of do that pretty thoroughly, and it will produce a set of differences. And then if it's not zero, we publish a new change event with the list of differences. And again, this will just do it will output name, before, and after. Now, if those are GUIDs or IDs or whatever, it'll just give you that it was ID this, now it's ID this. There's no enrichment there, and that's not what we care about. And if we're storing the project here on the task added, that would just be a project ID we're looking for. So we'd have an identifier to look at. And I apologize for anyone watching this that I'm just talking about this, is because there's a lot of code I'm going to have to write. It's not quite clear in my head how I'm going to tackle this, so I'm trying to rubber duck it a little bit, and trying to browse through code that I wrote. This code has been in place since July 2024. So this was literally written 2 years ago. So yeah, so that's fun. So doing it this way, I'm going to end up with a lot of actors that are going to follow a similar path, which is fine. Now, again, the way Akka works is each actor has its own queue. So if a message is sent in, that queue, it backs up behind that. So the changes will filter through. And the worst that happens is that this becomes slower the busier the system gets, but changes will eventually get there. It does not stop the view from displaying the data. It just stops us from actually reacting to those changes. So this is where I'd have to learn more about scale out of Akka. And that's the risk of using this technology when I'm not fully aware of how it works properly. The actor pattern is something that I still want to get into. I want to understand more about, but I'm going to have to learn a lot more pieces there. So the changes piece will tell me what changed. It does not tell me, do I care about it, right? All this does is say these things change. So what we'd end up doing is introducing a task receiver, and that would do the same thing for tasks and say these things changed, including an added task would show there as well, but that's not how we're going to use it. So technically for this next step, we don't need this piece, right? Because it's a task added. We can react to this slightly differently. Pipelines is an enrichment piece. Pipelines receives the changes. It also receives the deliverables and the users, because this needs to receive all data that enriches the system. The challenge with this is going to be, when it comes to things like GDPR, I'm going to have to figure out a strategy of how do I remove users' data from a system, because the data is going to have to be replicated across the system. I just need to make a strong strategy on how do I remove data, what impact does it have on my system, and understand what owns what. So I'm going to have to create an entire chart on all those pieces, because you can't lose track of those things. It's just not the done thing. So yeah, so that's why there's a deliverable receiver and a changes receiver in here. The changes event comes from the changes system, and now this is, oh, let's go and enrich this object. So it's like, oh, you've got a user identifier that resolves to this name, and you've got deliverable data, and here's what that resolves to, etc. So it gives more enriched values to those changes. And this is kind of generic. This really is looking for that's a process addition, that's a process update. So the process update, it does have a mapping, so I have to create these specific mappings for those things because there's an individual processor for each type because different fields, etc. So it has to resolve them slightly differently. Yeah, so it's telling it which fields to resolve and which resolver it's going to use. So like projects, etc. Here's how to map that thing. So, and again, the resolver is just a one-time thing. So once I get more things in there, like if I have a task come in here, I can still say, okay, well, I need a user resolver for that. Because again, use a change resolver for that, and then it goes through, identifies the fields, looks at the actual change, feeds that in, resolves that change for the before and after, and this is generic enough so that I can kind of compose things. So that should work for the enrichment of a change. That's fine, no matter what. But again, that doesn't need to be involved in this next step. So notifications receives changes. And that is a horrendous piece of code to see. That's a scary piece of code. So changes do not have. I don't publish a change type for every single thing. I attach an entity type. When I get that, I do process deliverable change, and I check to see if I have a subscription against that deliverable. And then I send them a message. So it's here where my changes need to happen. I need to create a task change type here that understands subscriptions, but the subscription would not be against my task. It would be against my deliverable or the deliverable of that task. I also need to introduce the concept of an email, of a text. Communications actually does deal with emails. So there is a detailed change event receiver, user change notification receiver, user registration. So I do have process notification request, and this publishes an event to Kafka, really. Immediate notification request received, and then it says, hey, tell them about this. This isn't perfect. I'm using Kafka as a service bus. I don't like it that way. So the mental model I'm trying to get into my head is who is responsible for which piece. So should I notify them lives in notifications. How do I notify them lives in communications. So when we register a subscription, we do it in communications, and I believe in notifications. Subscription is deliverable. Again, yeah, parameters, subscribe to deliverable.command. Yeah, property from to. So we do have a generic style of from to. So there is a property and a prominent to. This would change to be a little bit more. Would you want parameters? I suppose they are. That I think that is. So this, you would have multiple things in a. You could say if the is changed to this, and it's for this project. Oh, brain hurts. I've got to be careful here. I've got to be careful that I do not let myself go down the rabbit hole of trying to deliver everything I can possibly imagine without validating that's how people want to use the system. Like, how do people want to use it matters very much here. Like, what sort of scenarios? Now, I do know that, hey, a task was completed, or hey, tasks have been completed this week is definitely something useful. So I'm trying to focus on that. I'm just going to figure out where it sits. So, do it again. Zoom out. There you go. What does it do differently the other way? Does that almost immediately zoom back into them? It did. Yeah. Okay. Um, Notifications. The purpose of notifications is to decide if you asked to be told about something. It is not event identifier, user to process deliverable change, subscription identifier. So it is about if you care. Okay, so this says, yes, you actually do care to be told, and you match the parameters of being told. That is what notifications does. Notifications decides if you should be told about something. Communications then picks that up. User change notification, publish async, user change notification. This publishes to tell you user change notification is going to contain, you've got system event, it's going to contain the tenant is for who triggered this. The identifier of the subscription and the event identifier of the command. So in the case of I have a this is not easy. My I'd be interested to know if anyone in chat, if you're still listening at all, if ever you've gone building something like this, are there experiences or pitfalls you can share that would be insightful here? Or have you always hit this? I know I've hit this in the past and found that there was some severe limitations. But this is kind of what this is actually a big part of why I'm building this project. So building out this flexible notification system is something that I think is possible. I think systems like Salesforce, etc., and Jira to some extent does have something like this, but I don't think this is as rich as I'm thinking of it. Because okay, so this is the how. So this is communication. This is how often you should be told. So who owns this? Possible. It almost feels like it's worth doing one or two, then expanding afterwards. But that's what. But I know that I can do the status, right? Um, I proved that out years ago, and I think the structure is not terrible. You're going to take me significantly long time to do this piece. Well, I've got to be careful of these that I'm not tying up the. If these names don't make sense, and there is some clear challenges in my vocabulary here, so these three components make up this entire subsection of the system. I'd say three components. There's two entirely separate sets of services in changes, um, and there's these two services. The problem mentally for me right this second is this is how often you want to be told. This is how you want to be told, and this is what constrains what you're told about the thing you subscribe to. So notifications make sense here. Like the way I've got notifications set up is deliberately for, hey, should I tell you about something? So if we get a task added, so if we look for a task and we say, is it for this project? Do I have a subscription to this task by virtue of subscribing to the deliverable? Yes, I do. Okay. Um, is it for this project? No. Okay, I don't need to tell you anything. Right. If it is a task for that project, then yes, I need to care about it. But should notifications hold on to that and hold the responsibility of this? It would kind of seem so, because notifications should only signal to you, tell them when there's something to tell them. But then, that said, communications has this gets told, hey, process this notification. And again, I'm already saying, like, what are the preferences? Like, how do I, like, I could say I want a summary, I want a count, or whatever, if I wanted to. I'm not going to try and get to that now, but so I think I end up saying what type of notification it is. But that's why there's a subscription here, because this says this capture, the intent was for this to capture that part. On a subscription, that's the subscription event this gets told about. So it traps how you want to get told. Okay, it's starting to make more sense. Okay, this registers subscription identifier, and the intent was for this to capture. Let's go and verify that. Add subscription. This would capture your notification method on that subscription. So I think yes, it does it does make sense. So when I register when I click this and I hit save, it's not one call, it's two calls. The first one, headed to bed now, you're good. Maybe. Thank you very much for hanging out with me. I hope DVD and development was good. Don't rob anyone. I do not plan on robbing anyone. I think I might have to get some dinner myself soon. It's 10 to 7. So yeah, thanks for hanging out. Rest well. And I mean, you can. It's an option. It's not a good option, but oh yeah, that's fine then. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Um, yeah, because right now I didn't build in the notification method. So basically, yeah, I think we're right. I think I'm on. So this piece. In my head, I'm looking at this like a message queue. In that sense, you would want a queue for each notification period. Then in the queue, you have the what and how stored, and it's processed like that. Or am I off? I don't think you're off. I think I'm just. I'm. This is so big from a cognitive perspective. I'm just trying to fit it in my own head as to what I'm actually wanting to do. Um, I think in the event in this case, yeah, the immediate thing is easy, right? This is what it currently does right now. It does basically. It says, "Oh, you've got a subscription to this thing. Do you match the parameters? Yes, you do. Okay, there you go. I'll tell you about it." So that's the easiest thing because there's nothing involved in waiting. So if I select immediate and I do email and I don't filter this, then basically if a task was added to this deliverable, ta-da, you're done. Notification sent. It will do that if with very little effort. I think it would do that. If I select daily, as events occur, I have to hold on to them. So I think in a queue perspective, you're not wrong, but it does feel like a saga, doesn't it? And my sagas aren't really built for that sort of stuff because then I would need to say, okay, at a certain time. Although I could have a scheduler. I could have a scheduler running that says, are there any notifications to push? And then as I get an event, I say, is this actually to be sent immediately? No. Okay. It goes into a queue. And then when the thing should fire, it says, okay, empty out the queue of all the things I need to get rid of. Again, I do have a ownership thing there though. Finding it incredibly hard to why won't you go behind that? Bring you forward. Bring to front. There you go, that's better. So this is communications responsibility, right? For this given subscription. This is notifications responsibility, as is this. And they are already built to combine on that notification or on that subscription ID. So when you create a notification, it gives your subscription ID back, and you then go to communications and say, "Here's the notification. Here's a subscription that I've got." That when I publish something, all I care about in the communication thing is how I'm sending it. But I then have a problem of where do I get the data from? How do I determine that message packet? Jesus, this is this is not easy. This is one of those situations as well. I wouldn't even know how to tell an AI to do this properly because I don't. I need to understand what I'm trying to build. Imagine a jury replacement isn't easy. Who would have thought? I know, right? If I get this right, though, it will demonstrate it. It will demonstrate very well. And then I do need to go back and put the because I do have a feed of changes that goes into the view right this second that says this change to this change to this. Just I should put that back into the application. Um, that's been removed since I did all the new designs because it wasn't always perfect, so I removed it. That is like milky water. That is not coffee. Even when it was hot, it was not. It was not coffee. I don't want to give up on this. At the same time, I'm at a 4.5 hour stream, which is extremely long for me. I get a headache. Let's. I just want to get over this one. I want to get this kind of decided upon because what I'll do is once I've got this figured out. Have a good night, man. I'm not leaving the set unless you are, but I do need to go soon. I just want to get this figured out. I just want to get this one piece figured out. I am. It's midnight. Gotcha. Well, yep. Rest well, and thanks for stopping by. Been good to see you again. Appreciate the chat. The UK are. Forgot that. Okay. So I think I'm figuring these out by here, but what dictates? I think I need to store. Like it makes sense for this to be communications as to how it notifies, but and who it notifies. That's perfectly fine. What I don't want to do is get into. So I have in pipelines. I have receivers for the additional data, right? So if I have, is it pipelines or changes? User changes. Interesting. It is. It is pipeline. Process update. Yeah, it's process update, and then I have resolvers, project change resolver, projects, fetch projects. Why is that? Because projects plus. Anyway, I clone a lot of the data into this database. So I end up with a copy of data. So I end up with the users in here. I end up with the deliverables in here. And that's stunning. Except it's going to mean that I have the data everywhere. So again, I'm going to have a strategy of how do I remove data? How do I remove people from the system without breaking my system? That's going to be the challenge. But the notification itself, so notifications doesn't care how you got told. So it still feels like the communications aspect is going to dictate the display format. So if you say SMS and you say weekly SMS, the format of that is going to take very much different than an email or a push. Although a push notification and SMS at this point are probably very similar. Hey, 13 tasks were added to this deliverable in the last week or the last day. And yeah. Okay. So the format of what you need to send, what dictates that? Or is it the same? Is it here's the message that you need to send? Is there anything richer there? How do you enrich that data? So the email obviously could say, hey, these tasks were added, and it gives you the list of tasks. The push could say that, but the push is more likely going to be a 13 tasks were added. The SMS is definitely going to be 13 tasks were added to the whatever, but it's still going to need a deliverable name. It's still going to need that. So the notification side of things shouldn't deal with that because all it's doing is comparing parameters. So notifications itself, again, doesn't. It says, hey, do I have a subscription for you? And you're not the one that that's going to be a different thing as well. You're not the one who made the change because you don't care about changes you made. If I'm making tasks, should I be notified of tasks? Right. So that's a subtle behavioral difference. And also, if there's parameters, do the values and the changes before and after match? This is generic behavior in the from and to, but in the case of this, I'd have one project. Does it equal this? So that even this deliverable change is not the same as a that's the direct change to deliverables. But this subscription would be for this. So this changes. And when it goes to determine what's going to send, this doesn't know about the data. Anyway, I think that is all my brain can cope with right a second. I think I'm gonna call it here. I see my European audience is disappearing fast by the numbers falling as quickly as they are, which is awesome. Again, if you're hanging out and you're new to stream and you're just kind of watching and not understanding what's going on, you're always more than welcome to ask. I'm always happy to talk and discuss this, even not just for rubber ducking. There's Discord linked in the cards below, and all the videos are uploaded to YouTube. You're more than welcome to go and watch them if you want to catch up on stuff I've done. I will be back on Tuesday AM, US time, with hopefully some answers to some stuff. That's kind of the goal for this evening, is to get there. So anyway, I want to thank you all for staying, for hanging out. Again, more than welcome to join the Discord if you want to chat more about this stuff. But I can't find any of the developers that are actually doing anything remotely close to what I am. It would be rude not to raid out. Still enough of you in here to raid. So unless anyone has any suggestions. Why build a project management platform? Because I have opinions on how I would want to see it done. I have enough experience as a software developer to build software, and it's not just about building a project management platform. It's about challenging myself to some really actually quite difficult things. It is, at this point, it is actually quite workable. What specifically? Well, from a technology perspective, I don't know how long you've been in the stream at all, but from a technology perspective, it is a technology playground to some extent. It is allowing me to gauge more how I would do a distributed system. I've learned more about GraphQL. I've learned more about auth just through doing authorization and whatnot. I've been able to exercise Kafka in ways I wasn't doing before, and SignalR, etc. So there's a lot of technologies that I play with in this. So it's not all about just building another project management platform. I still do have opinions on why things like Jira don't work, why organizations kind of struggle against trying to fit what they do into Jira. And I haven't used Linear. What's the other one I've used? I've used another one, and I've experimented with a few of them, see how they feel and what they do. But they all kind of follow a very similar pattern, which might be an indication that that's why, that's what the way people think, and they've done a lot of analysis. Yeah, I think it's something that I don't think we should be afraid of reinventing wheels. And this is something I care about. I care about productivity and I care about transparency. I think a lot of organizations fail because they don't know how to communicate, and they get stuck too much on the fitting into the tool set they're provided. So a lot of people get stuck. I've heard it many times, the whole Jira story shouldn't be technical, which then starts to cause a problem because then we lose track of things. So then we start tasking things out. And who owns what when is always a problem. So yeah. What's your experience with project management stuff? Is it Jira? Is it Linear? Is it ClickUp? Is it any of those other fun ones? Are you a developer as well? So this serves multiple purposes overall. That's what I'm saying. It's not just about building a project management platform. Yes, it works. Again, if you haven't seen, my intention is to allow easy navigation between the four areas. So initiatives, our ideas. They're defining things. They're meant to be for figuring out what we want to do. Planning becomes the actual putting the meat on the bones of those ideas and initiatives. Implementation is the doing the stuff that is dealt with the planning, and then the delivery is the actual release of that. And at every single phase, the people who care about the particular phases should be able to see where things sit without actually having to drill down. So I don't want a PM to have to go and look at the board to understand where work is. They should be able to see where work is from their perspective. Is it actually on track? Is it making progress? As a junior dev, did some work programming in fintech, but then lost my job. Couldn't get a new one, so now I'm doing an electrical apprenticeship. I'm sorry to hear that. Um, it's not an easy market. I understand that. Um, yeah, that's rough. Um, the but I don't think it's wrong to reinvent wheels. I think reinventing wheels is sometimes necessary just to understand how things work. So I've grown an appreciation for some of the features in Jira as I've gone through this. Jira is the one I've used primarily throughout my career. Um, I've been a developer for over 20 years, so it's kind of you know what fascinates me, what drives me. So, how's the electrical apprenticeship going? That would be my alternate path if I couldn't do what I do now. Uh, Electrical stuff is always fascinating. It's actually where I started. Uh, I tried to become an electrical engineer when I was a kid. When I was a teenager, um, and then I I did one class of uh, assembly programming, and I was fascinated. Then I did controlling a robot with code, and I was even more fascinated. And I changed my path. So, well, that was a long time ago. So again, I have what I've done with this is I've broken up behavior into deliverables, and deliverables are how product management think of them. These are the things they want to see. This would have attachments and discussions, meetings, etc., dependencies between deliverables, etc., going here. So the idea is to track all the things that you're talking about, understand what's actually being done. I'm actually thinking discussions land on these requirements as well, so that you can actually refine them a little bit. But and then when things start to work, you go into here and they move through to development teams. Development teams can then work on things um, and plan them out and test them out. While that's going on, while things are being done, the 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 product manager can be looking at this to see, oh, these things are making progress, or this hasn't made progress, but I've got until next week to review it. Maybe I'll follow up on it, etc. And again, what I'm working on right now is being able to be told when things happen, not just wait for it. So you can be a bit more proactive rather than reactive. And again, focused on the person's perspective of the job, not the deliverable piece. So it means that developers can go in and put very technical pieces in here, right? Talk about GraphQL, talk about views, talk about this. They can add more clear notes, and which means the tasks can be picked up, but they're completely isolated from the actual system. So shows GitHub branches, etc. No one needs to see GitHub branches as a product manager. They just need to care where are things sitting. So yeah, the theory is easy. The only thing I'm somewhat converted about is finishing the 13-hour practical exam next week in time. This should be fine. Electrical is okay. It's basically all figured out, so it's not as interesting as software in that way. Just a way to make money for me. Still love software though. Too interested in that too. That's awesome. I mean, keep the skills sharp. Definitely keep your eye in. I think the phrase is. Um, I think more of my fascination is electronics rather than electrical. Electrical would be a more solid way to pay the bills, though. But ultimately, understanding more about electrical stuff, I'd probably want to go into electronics because I find um, circuitry and things, which is where you do still solve problems, right? You still how to get power management, you build a project, you do those things. So you're probably building those skills by virtue of doing the electrical stuff anyway. But yeah, it's I get it. But yeah, keep those skills in. Um, I still think there's an area for software development to make. Um, once the AI stuff has settled into being part of what we do, and I think it becomes a tool that we can use. I think a lot of things still have to be made. Um, I don't think we end up without developers. I think we'd still need that skill set. Uh, so yeah, okay. Um, yeah, for anyone watching, if you are, the Discord is linked in the cards below. You are more than welcome to join in conversations there. I do hang out in the Discord several times a week, or I'm around. If people join the Discord and want to drop in voice chat and have a chat, that is always an option to people. English only, I'm afraid. I can't speak any of the languages, so that's not very easy. But yeah, I've still got a lot to figure out on this. Still got a lot of things to tweak and tidy up. Um, and this notifications piece is the next big thing. The next big hurdle to overcome is how do I solve this data problem? Uh, the company seems to be that companies don't want to hire juniors anymore. I'm in the same boat as Dan. I'm notorious. Already applying and interviewing for 3 months and going, yes, I realize that, Iris, and I truly feel sorry that I can't help more developers at this point. Um, I recently, uh, just a couple of months ago, I had a junior position open, and my approach to this stuff right now is, while I'm still building skill sets, I'm working on um, building the skill sets to build a system with. Um, we don't use AI as the primary driver. It's not going to be productivity if we don't understand what we're building. So I do work on the skill set. But I got 2,000 applications in a little over a week for the role. Uh, and that was insane. Um, I can say that, you know, keeping an eye on the way we get a few friends, etc., talked about how AI is going in the organizations. I still think there's an opportunity to. I think the junior developers will get a chance again once companies realize they need to build the skills. They can't rely upon the developers who did the original system stuff. Because senior developers obviously get a heads up, they get a leg up on that, right? Because they have the systems building experience that juniors don't. But at the same time, I think there's going to be a focus. I just hope that the talent pool hasn't dried up completely by the time companies realize that they still need to hire people to be the next generation of developers that they need. That hiring uh, less experienced developers to supplement their seniors is a good way of making sure they build the skill sets going forward. Um, and it does suggest that hiring more seniors means they do realize the importance of having someone who understands what they're building. So it does make me feel that they do kind of comprehend that you do. It's not just a person at a machine, right? Um, I am sad for it. It is it's not a career path I thought I would have to be worried about. And I'm going into the second half of my career, right? I've been doing this for almost 30 years at this point, so I suppose I'm well over the halfway point of my career. But um yeah, it's hard. I get it. But I would always say if you're interested in this field, you know, nothing says you can't code in your spare time. Nothing says you can't build those skills. Um, train on understand how to use LLMs more, how it applies as a tool, how it helps you build. You can use it as a learning tool as well to understand architecture, design, systems, etc., and still go in there knowing how to build those things, learning how to use those tools. Um, and honestly, I would say, don't once you've got that sort of skill set, once you're comfortable building a system, I wouldn't level yourself as a junior developer. I would put, I would reach for higher jobs. Build a GitHub resume. Build products. Show that you can do it, and get in front of people. Because again, if companies are using LLMs to filter resumes, there's a way of cheating it. There's a way of getting in front of someone, and I wouldn't normally encourage someone who doesn't have a lot of experience to try and put themselves forward. But if you have the skill, I don't think time on job matters, especially if you know how to use the tools properly. So play them at their own game, I think, is the way that I'd put that. Um, but it's why I do this. It's why I do this project, by the way. It's why I hand code. All this backend code is hand coded, right? I don't use LLMs to generate it. It is all me. The design is mine. It's a a thing that comes from years of trying to work with systems and trying to build the systems I want to build. And yeah, it's why I hold on to that. The front end, I'm not very good at front end. I can have the LLM help me do it quicker and help me understand whys later. So yeah. Okay. Anyway, I think is it bad that I tried to test I got a system to test email the other day, to help me understand email stuff, and now I'm getting spammed from the company, the email test. Of all companies to not spam people, you'd think it was a company that talked about email security. Anyway, that is neither here nor there. It's getting dark. I think it's time for me to go. Oh, is Ashes of Owls coding? Yes, I will take you into a kill stream. Ashes of Owls working on React TV, another a software developer. Um, Produce your own TV channel. I haven't been in Ashes stream for a while, but let's go right over there. Um, if you are interested in other developers who build software, I would highly recommend checking out Maybe. Maybe builds a product called Barely Fit, which is a fitness health app. It is on the Play Store and the Apple Store, and is a great application. But he streams building that a few times a week. Uh, he's been building it for the last couple of years himself. Very worthwhile checking out maybe stream. So again, if you have not, thank you very much for joining me. I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate the chat. I hope some of it was helpful. Uh, and Iris and Dark Knight, hope to see you again. Um, Iris, thank you for the follow. It would be, I'd love to keep in touch and understand how your journey is going. If I can ever help with some advice, more than happy to. Let's go raid Ashes, and I will see you again soon. Thank you all.